on all social media platforms. ESP Network, it's game day.
Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your trusted partner for commercial and business loans. We not only provide lending you need to grow your business, but we also reinvest in our communities. We believe in strengthening our businesses and creating opportunities for success. Choose Dakota Community Bank and Trust for your commercial and business loans, and together let's keep our communities thriving.
Serving the community, looking out for you. At Dakota Community Bank and Trust, that's what we do.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Since 2003, the architects and engineers at Ackerman Esvold have been enhancing everyday life. From response times to commute times, we've helped create critical infrastructure, enhancing highway safety, flood protection, and public education. And we're no stranger to enhancing fun, family outings, and even game time. Ackerman Esvold, working to enhance your everyday life.
Great news! If you're looking for a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold on, Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
Welcome in to the VFW Sports Center inside the capital city here in Bismarck. I'm Brock Widener joining you on the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pre-game show. As we are having a doubleheader here tonight, the girls will get us kicked off, and then we'll transition to the boys' game between Dickinson and Legacy. But it's Dickinson versus Legacy Bismarck here in the girls' contest to get us started. Again, welcome you into the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show. I'm Brock Widener. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your locally owned oil change headquarters. 25 years, Lundine's taking care of people. Local actually matters. Not to mention this oil change is a stay-in-your-car drive-through oil change, typically performed in 15 minutes or less. You can find them in the Magic City of Minot and the capital city of Bismarck. It's Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Well, you might be sitting at home and you might be saying, Whoa, what you don't see orange over on the left, you don't see gold over on the right, because it is Stick It to Cancer night here between these two teams. Legacy, Bismarck, and Dickinson, they came together for a really good cause here tonight as Stick It to Cancer. So both teams are wearing pretty much the same jersey, just reverse colors, as Dickinson will be in the black uniforms with the pink trimming, and Legacy, the home team, will be in the home team whites with the pink and black trimming. So there you go. There's a little bit there, but it's Stick It to Cancer night, and hey, they've got a lot of great auction items as well. So if you are wanting to look into that, you can head on over to either Dickinson or Legacy Bismarck girls Facebook pages, and you can get the auction link, and you can just bid at the comfort of your own home. You don't have to be here at the VFW Sports Center. A lot of great things they are auctioning off. Like Country Fest general admission tickets to Yeti packages and much, much more. So again, you can take a look at the auction items over on the Facebook pages of both Dickinson girls hockey and Legacy Bismarck girls hockey as well. So again, Stick It to Cancer night, and that's why you will see both teams wear new uniforms, and both will be wearing pink here tonight inside the VFW. Well, as we welcome you in, let's jump right into a standings check here inside the state for girls hockey. And last year, their number one seed heading into the tournament, and they were the favorites heading into this season as well. Fargo North-South, they are undefeated this year, 11-0, and have all 33 points. But Legacy Bismarck, again, the reigning state champs from last season, who I believe they were the 4 or the 5 seed heading into the state tournament, but won it all. Well, they sit number 2 right now with 30 points. Then Century and Grand Forks both have 27 points. Grand Forks, though, has played 2 less state games. West Fargo United with 21 points sits at 5th, and Davies and Mandan at 6th and 7th. Then the last team right now, if we would head to state, and state would be tomorrow, it would be Jamestown getting that last spot with 12 points, but Minot United 1 point behind, hot on their tread, as well as Williston and Dickinson just about 5 points behind. Then Devils Lake rounding out the state standings with 3 state points, all 3 overtime losses where they get their points. But you're taking a look at a lot of good point battles heating up. You're really looking right now at that battle for third with Century and Grand Forks, but they're not too far away from Legacy and Fargo North, who are right there at number 2 and number 1, respectively. Then you look at the battle of 5 and 6 right there between West Fargo and Davies, even Mandan right there, all within a game and a half of each other. And then the last spot to head to state is really going to be heating up, I think, with Jamestown, Minot United, Williston, Dickinson, Devils Lake. I think it'd be an interesting race, as everyone's kind of played each other once, so now you start going on that downhill slide of start playing everyone the second time around. If you played them at home, you play them on the road. If you played them on the road the first time, you play them home this time. So again, should be fun to see how this all plays out, and some great games around the state tonight. 5th right now, West Fargo United takes on number 1 Fargo North-South. 10 Williston at number 9 Minot. That's going to be a big one for state points. Then Grand Forks and Devils Lake. Davies is at Jamestown, and Mandan is at Century. So a lot of great kind of point battles as we start going into that downhill slide and get closer and closer to postseason hockey here inside the state of North Dakota. But Dickinson, Legacy Bismarck, girls hockey, we are nearing closer and closer to get ready for puck drop here tonight. So let's take our first break on the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show. When we come back, we'll start diving in a little bit more between these two teams, between Legacy Bismarck and the Mavericks, when we return.
25 years, we've learned a lot about why local matters. Unlike those guys, we take pride in our work and back our tires with our Plus Plan guarantee to get the most out of your tire's lifespan.
Are the tires the same size on all the sides?
We strive to provide great value to our guests and lowest prices guaranteed.
That's not good.
Stop at a trusted tire and auto and get a set of tires from people you know and trust, and will even match those guys.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
At Badlands Pet Crematory, we understand that pets are family. Unlike other crematories in the area, we are the only dedicated pet crematory that offers private individual cremation. One pet at a time, 100% guaranteed. From start to finish, we personally handle your pet with the utmost care, ensuring that you receive only your pet in return. Choose Badlands Pet Crematory, because saying goodbye should come with certainty and trust.
Our initial reaction when we realized he had 2 broken bones was fear. Then once we realized and got a plan with Trinity and our doctor, a lot of comfort.
He told me that he can fix my arm, and he showed me a lot of stuff that he could do to help me.
Trinity Health Orthopedics is as good as you can find anywhere in the country. A lot of us take pride in that, and that's why we stay here and we keep doing what we do.
Trinity Health, making more possible.
Spas Etc. is excited to introduce the addition of the Master Spas line, including the Michael Phelps Swim Spas. Enjoy the relaxing health benefits and enjoy 0% financing up to 72 months or up to $5,000 off on all spas and swim spas. You'll also find $2,000 off the MSRP on all pools and saunas. Come check out the outstanding lineup of Master Spas at Spas Etc.
Welcome back into the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pre-game show here at the VFW Sports Center here in Bismarck. Stick it to Cancer Night between Dickinson and Legacy Bismarck here in girls hockey. And then after the girls game, we will be headed on over for the boys part of our doubleheader between Dickinson and Legacy. So 2 really good games that I think we'll have here on the PSP Network tonight. But speaking of great games on the PSP Network tonight, let's head on over and take a look at our schedule. And it is jam-packed here tonight. Dickinson, Bismarck, girls and boys, double basketball doubleheader starting soon, as well as Mandan versus Minot High, Jamestown versus Minot North. So 3 different basketball doubleheaders, as well as a hockey doubleheader between Legacy and Dickinson. And then another hockey doubleheader with Minot. They'll host Williston for the girls here right now, and then they'll take on Botno for the boys game. So lots and lots of games here tonight. And then Thursday got a fair share as well. Got some wrestling, boys and girls wrestling at Minot against Jamestown. Girls hoop Botno versus DLB. And another big slate of action on Friday. Doubleheader basketball with Bismarck and Century, as well as Minot, Legacy, Wilson, Minot North. And then a single game of boys hoops with our Redeemers and Velva. And just changed there with Minot and Dickinson. That is actually going to be changed to a doubleheader as well. Minot Dickinson with the boys game. But at 5 o'clock Mountain Time, we will have Dickinson versus Century girls. So there you go. If you are a Dickinson High girls hockey fan, we'll be bringing you in a check of games here tonight, as well as Friday night of Dickinson Maverick girls hockey, as well as boys hockey. Both those will be double headers this week for DHS. Well, let's talk about these 2 teams as we get closer and closer into opening festivities. And as you see on your screen, Legacy Bismarck, quite the season so far, as they are coming off of a year where they won the state title. And as of right around the 4 or the 5 seed, right now they're sitting at the 2 seed, as we mentioned earlier in the pregame show. But this Legacy Bismarck team started off with a couple losses. They started off the season with a 1-3 record. But since then, they have been just on a complete tear, really just kind of running through. They went on a nice win streak, about 8 games, lost to Fargo North South a second time last week for bouncing back against West Fargo United, redeeming one of their earlier season losses, 2-1 on the 17th. So this team coming off of a win and really has been playing some really high-level hockey here at late of the season. They have won 9 of their last 10 games as Legacy Bismarck. Again, their losses this year have come against Crookston, Minnesota in overtime to start the season. Then they lost against Fargo North South and West Fargo United on December 5th and December 6th. But again, as we mentioned, they got that win back against West Fargo United just last week. So this is a team that's playing their best hockey right now. And when you start getting down to this downhill slope, I mean, those are the teams that are really scary, especially since this is your reigning champions here in the state. For Legacy Bismarck, we'll jump in and we'll start talking a little bit about by the numbers, but this is just a team that is very deep. I mean, they average about 3.5 of goals per game, give up about 1.8 goals allowed, 16% power play, about 97 penalty kill percentage. So this is a team, when they go shorthanded, they do not give up goals. They only gave up 2 on 62 attempts. So a really good penalty kill unit when they're shorthanded. They do not get flustered, do Legacy Bismarck. So again, a team that has a really good power play situation and special teams units. Like I said, this team is just very deep down the lineup. 19 different players have scored at least a point. 14 different players have 4 or more points on the year. 7 different players have 7 or more, and then 4 are in double digits. They have 18 different players that have netted a goal this season. 7 have 3 or more goals. 3 have 5 or more goals. So it just shows just how many players, I mean, this entire team is pretty much into the score column. They make an impact on that scoreboard for Legacy Bismarck, and exactly what you want to see if you're Coach Nick Johnson and his staff, because this team, again, is going to be scary when it comes down to postseason. And now let's take a look at their top point totalers on the season. There's the graphic on your screen. Ainsley Johnson is right there in second, 14 games played. She has got 6 goals, 7 assists, 13 points. But Olivia Rass with her 14 points, 10 goals for Olivia Rass. That is tied 16th in the state. And then Johnson is tied 20th in the state with her 13 points. And Misty Richardson is tied 25th in the state with her 12 points. But again, a team that has 4 double-digit point totalers. The other one being in that list is Berkeley Mose with 1 goal, 9 assists. But a team that, again, just has incredible depth throughout from top to bottom on this lineup. And even the goalies, incredible depth there as well. Riley Otto, 7 wins, 2 losses, a 1.90 goals against average, 9.23 save percentage. Pesha Kostelecki, 3 wins, 2 losses on the season, a 1.72 goals against average, and a 9.10 save percentage. So both goalies allowing less than 2 goals a game on average. Now let's meet Dickinson as the Mavericks 4-8 on the season. And in state play, they are 1-8-2-0, 1 regulation win and 2 overtime wins on the year for the Mavericks. This is a team, though, that I was talking to their assistant coach, Nick Peterson, before this game, and he really just talked about, I mean, this is a very young team, a lot of freshmen, even 8th graders, 7th graders on this Dickinson Mavericks squad. I mean, they have only 2 seniors, just a couple of juniors as well, but a team that is very driven by freshmen and 8th graders on that back end. And just at the beginning of the season, these young kids, this young team was just thrown into the fire. I mean, they had to take on the state champs of Legacy Bismarck right there in the first game of state play. And then they had to take on West Fargo United, Fargo North South. You know, Fargo North South's the number 1 team right now. West Fargo United in the top half. I had to play Century early on, who's also right there in the top 4. And this is a team, again, that just was thrown right into it and had to kind of learn by playing just tough competition from the jump. And for them, it has looked like it has really paid dividends. I mean, it was a struggle against some of those top teams early on, but everything's starting to come around ever since kind of December 20th. They picked up one win against Devils Lake, and then, yes, they fell against Davies, but that game 5-6. They fell in a 3-5 game on January 3rd to Jamestown, but guess what? They outshot the Blue Jays. Then they outshot Minot United and lost by 1 to them on January 6th, but well outshot 34-24. And in their last game against Williston, they outshot the Coyotes 52-23, picking up an overtime win 4-3. So they've outshot their opponents their last 3 games and have one win to show for. But this is a team that is really trending in the right direction. In their last 3 games, 2 of them were 1-goal losses. The other one was a 2-goal loss, but did outshoot Jamestown. So again, a team that is definitely trending and playing some of their best hockey right now, and Dickinson as well. So should be a fun matchup to keep an eye on. They're averaging about 2.5 goals per game, a 4.4 goals allowed average, but both those numbers are trending differently. They're scoring more, they're giving up less the last 3 or 4 games for Dickinson. So see those numbers continue to change for them. About 18% power play, around 70% penalty kill. But again, they were outshot by their opponents in their first 6 games of the year. Now they've outshot their opponents 5 of their last 6 games. 12 different point getters. 5 have 4 different points. 3 have more than 7. And then even 3 have 15 or more points. 9 different players have netted a goal this year, and 2 have more than 8+ goals. Now we'll meet their point getters there on your screen. There's your point leaders. Kendall Peterson leading the way with 8 goals, 11 assists, 19 points for Peterson, and that is tied for 5th in the state there for Peterson. Gabby Soblik, 9 goals, 7 assists, 16 points. That's tied 11th in the state. And rounding out the list, Kiana Hendrickson, 3 goals, 12 assists, 15 points. And for Hendrickson, those numbers get her tied 13th most points in the state. So both teams having a lot of great playmakers, so this should be a fun one. Then in net, Kaylin Lopez has started in every game, and just a note, she's a freshman starting in every game this season. 4 wins, 8 losses, 4.36 goals against average, 9.72 save percentage. Again, for her, it is game by game. She's getting more experience, and you see that by the numbers as well. Early on in the season, was giving up north of 5-6 goals per game, but lately has really been doing a great job of allowing her team to get in and try to win these games. So a young team that has gained some valuable experience has Dickinson. And again, for Legacy, this is a team that is right now on track to make some noise to try to go back-to-back in for that state title. So 2 teams that are playing some really good hockey, some of their best hockey as of late, and I think that's going to be a nice little key ingredient for us to, again, have a fun matchup here for Stick It to Cancer Night here inside the VFW. Again, these 2 teams got together and said, hey, let's play for a great cause. They've got the same jerseys, just reverse colors. Again, but black and pink will be Dickinson, and then the white and pink will be the Legacy Bismarck squad. So again, this is going to be a fun look here as we continue to get closer and closer to puck drop and opening festivities. Again, since it is Stick It to Cancer Night, do want to give another little shout out there to the crew that is putting on the auction. Again, you can, if you can't make it to the games tonight, they are putting on an auction. It will be closing around, I believe, 7:45 Central, so right around puck drop for the boys. But you can head on over to either Legacy Bismarck Girls Hockey Facebook or Dickinson Girls Hockey Facebook. They've got links on there to access the online auction. And again, they have a lot of great items. So if you are a sports fan, I think they got like a Joe Mauer autograph. If you're a Twins fan, they got some UND merch as well as some other great items like a Yeti cooler, North Dakota Country Fest tickets, and much, much more. So again, you can head on over to the team's Facebook pages to get a look at the auction there and get it if you want to bid on some of those items. Big thanks out to all of our sponsors making these broadcasts possible tonight. Again, after this game is over, you can stay tuned as we'll have the boys game between Dickinson and Legacy right after here on the PSP Network. Mario Lamoureux, former UND captain, will be joining us on that broadcast. Also, big thank you out to Minot State. The best way to predict your future is created with over 100 areas of study at Minot State. You learn the degree for the career of your desire with more than 96% of recent Minot State grads employed or continuing their education. MSU grads, get jobs, period. Minot State University, be seen, be heard, be you. Again, starting lineups being announced with, again, these two teams played at the beginning of the season. Legacy Bismarck ended up winning that matchup in their both teams' first game in state play. 8-1, out shooting the Mavericks 50-11, and 14 different Legacy Bismarck players got in the points column. 8 different goal scores on their 8 goals. But again, for them, you probably know that they expect a different Dickinson Maverick squad as well, with a much improved team with just more repetition with how young this Maverick team is. A lot of middle schoolers on the Dickinson side. But as we get ready now, as we're going to head on over to tonight's national anthem.
Bismarck Legacy High School Band under the direction of Mark Harold.
Tonight's national anthem. Let's take a quick break, and when we come back, it is Puck Drop, Dickinson, Legacy Bismarck, girls hockey on your way on the PSP Network here shortly.
Breathe in. I can't believe I wrecked my car.
There are some things in life we can't control, but what's important is how we respond. At Jerome's Collision Center, they provide the highest quality of service, assuring the job gets done stress-free and making it feel like a breath of fresh air. And to give you peace of mind, they handle the insurance.
Are you even a therapist?
Don't worry about it. Jerome's, they're the experts. Jerome's.
It is time for Puck Drop. Stick it to Cancer Night here at the VFW as Dickinson, Legacy Bismarck coming together for a great cause. Again, a reminder, Dickinson will be in the black uniforms, pink trimming, and Legacy will be in the white and pink uniforms. Legacy moving right, Legacy Bismarck moving right to left, Dickinson moving left to right. Kiana Hendrickson, Kendall Peterson, and Gabby Soblik. The starting lineup there for Dickinson. Again, they are always a bunch that has been ramping up on that State Point lineup, as Hendrickson has it now. She'll try to clear it. Kept into the zone by Legacy Bismarck. Quickly jumping out to it is Eglin. Eglin, she wants to re-enter. Poked loose inside the neutral zone, but Rask is right there, and she'll send it down. An early line change from that top line for Legacy. There'll be a line that we will talk about a lot. A lot of those top point getters on that line of Rask, and early tripping call. Looks like Legacy Bismarck going to the box here early, allowing an early power play for the Dickinson Mavericks. who are putting up 18% on the power play, but for them, it is the top penalty killing unit in the state. In Legacy Bismarck, they have had 62 penalties and only allowed 2 shorthanded goals. Manga plays it down low from one Manga to another. They're trying to get it to Sarah Manga. Jumping into it's Hannah Magna, cannot hold the line, and it gets spit out before Pickstock will patrol it and chip it into the corner right by the Legacy Bismarck bench. Off the skate blade of Hoon, and now she'll have a race with Pickstock right behind Lopez. Puts it right onto the state of a penalty killer in Kautzman. Kautzman tries to backhand one, but no teammate there in the area, and allows Lippert to push it forward. From Olivia to Elena Lippert. Drives into the zone, poke checked, leaves it short, but Dickinson right back on the attack. Backhanding one near the net there is Soblik. If you're a Dickinson fan, Gabby Soblik with these Stick It to Cancer Night will be now wearing number 6 tonight instead of her normal 21. A couple other jersey changes there for Dickinson number-wise. We'll let you know at the next stoppage. Kendall Peterson, their top point producer here for Dickinson, drives it in. One of the top point getters in the state, fires a shot, and that is saved by Riley Otto. So first 2 minutes down, 45 seconds left on the man advantage here for Dickinson. Again, this Legacy Bismarck penalty killing unit, one of the best in the state, and for good reason. Did a good job of just kind of flipping the ice on Dickinson, not allowing to give him a good chance. And now here comes a shorthanded opportunity. Olivia Rask plays it on to Johnson. Tight angle shot denied there by Lopez, who was hugging the post. But a good look there for Ainsley Johnson and Rask. That top line doing some good work, shorthanded. Rask entered the zone. Nice little move. Trying to get some area there to work with some space, but poked away by Dickinson as the Mavericks now have 8 seconds left on the man advantage. But it looks like one more clear around. It will be even strength for Legacy Bismarck. Already adding into what is already an impressive penalty kill percent, was entered the day at 96.8% of the penalties they kill. Mark that up now to probably 97 and then some change. Lopez steers that one into the corner. Krikorian fishes it out, a little dump and change as Kautzman going to go for a line change as Oswald kicks it forward. Uses her skate, and then she'll get it right back as she lost her stick for a second, regains, puts up a nice pass, and bearing it is Chloe Peterson, the freshman, gives Legacy the early lead. And that's sometimes all you need. You kill a penalty and you get some momentum. Chloe Peterson nets the goal with 13:47 here in period number 1. Right in the slot and goes high glove side on Lopez. 1-0 Legacy, as that is Chloe Peterson's 3rd goal of the season. And Claire Oswald will get the assist on the play. That's Oswald's 5th assist on the year. Legacy Bismarck, they want to amp up the pressure. They've got one, they want another. Catches a Dickinson player right before it gets there. Hendrickson got in the way. Tried to chip out, but sealed the zone nicely there. Sophia Hoon right at the end of her shift, and she'll go for a fresh pair of legs. Little touch pass by Hendrickson, trying to allow Maya Hilton to race up, and Hilton going to be called on a penalty, tripping there, delayed penalty, as official Jessup Pelkey going to get the call there, and he'll send in, I believe, Maya Hilton to the box for 2 minutes. And after successfully killing a penalty and scoring a goal shortly after, they will go on the player advantage with Legacy Bismarck trying to go up 2 goals for the reigning defending state champs. See how this line works. You'll see probably a lot of Ainsley Johnson, Krikorian on the line as well. As give the face-off win to Johnson. Stepping into it, Peterson, or Moose, excuse me. Kicked away by Lopez. As sent down the ice by Olivia Lippert. Cut right, though, right at center ice. Stopped by Eglin. Eglin advances to Krikorian. Nice little centering feed. Shot blocked there. Johnson was in the slot. Pushing now as it's Moose. We'll try to get it back to Berkeley Moose, who's a 9th grader, one of those young players. Both these teams have quite a few freshmen, 8th graders, and even some 7th graders you see on the ice here tonight. Between both of these two squads, it goes right on the blue line, does not cross, so stays fair. Oswald sails in, drives it right to Lopez, who just sticks that one into the corner. But Oswald has had a fantastic start to this game with a great centering feed to get us started for an assist. And they're just play driving here in the power play. Was down the ice, but Misty Richardson was coming on for her shift right at the right cue. Now she'll send it into Isabel Rude. Shot blocked just wide of the net. Puck into the corner and sent down by Dickinson. Gets right around half middle ice again as Misty Richardson seals it again. They'll play it down. Pick stock there. She'll try to dangle with it around a Legacy Bismarck forward, and they'll send it down with 25 seconds left on the power play for the home team, who's up right now 1-0 with 11:15 remaining. Entering the zone with some speed, Olivia Rass sends that to the side. Johnson's right there. Johnson keeps her head up, feeds it out. A little touch by Isabel Rude, and they net it in. Off the deflection, give it to Olivia Rask as Legacy scores on the power play. Olivia Rask netting it in with 11:05 to put them up 2-0. Olivia Rask is their top point producer of the season. There's her 15th point on the campaign. Let's take a quick look at that on the the Ryan Family Dealership instant replay. Some traffic out in front, and getting the deflection there is Olivia Rask. So Legacy Bismarck going up in early 2-0, and the assist going to be tipped into Izzy Rude. So 2-0 after the goal there. Again from Rask. Her 11th goal on the season. 11 goals and now 15 games, almost around a goal per game player. Again, one of those elite players here in the state of North Dakota. Lay it in to Elena Lippert. She'll send it down the young 7th grader and go for a line change. But here comes Legacy trying to take advantage of that, but blowing a tire at not a great time. There is Kautzman. Allows Peterson to shuffle in, and she buries it. Peterson takes advantage and gets Dickinson back on the board. Kendall Peterson, opportunistic there, the senior. Just 58 seconds after seeing Legacy Bismarck go up 2-0. Kendall Peterson and the Mavericks answer back. Great work there. Comes away with the steal. Dangles through the zone and just lifts that one up and over Otto to bring them back within one. And that's their leading goal, or their leading point getter, unassisted goal there. 9 goals on the season, 20th point on the year. Dickinson's going to keep it firing. Good look on the shot from the blue line, but ate up well by Otto. And stay tuned for after this matchup. We'll have the boys' game coming up later on tonight between Legacy and Dickinson right here on the PSP Network. Former UND captain Mario Lamoureux going to joining us on the call for that one. And should be a good one. They played each other just exactly a week ago, last Tuesday, and it was a 2-goal game, 2-0 in favor of Legacy. But quite the performance there for Parker Roars in net. Kept Dickinson right in play the entirety of that game. Chasing back forward, that is Brandt. Now she'll play it up, the senior defenseman. With a head of steam, Rask's already got one goal. She's looking for another. Feeds it up to Johnson, trying to send it down, but stopped by Hannah Manga. Hendrickson, just a little one-touch. She'll head on to the bench. Ainsley Johnson centers that one in the direction of Aglin. Aglin plays it back, catch and shoot, pushed aside. Nice save by Lopez. Olivia Rask as this first line putting on a show. Rask sails in, saved by Lopez. Can they get a second look? No, they can't, as Brooke Moose was there, but it's put right back into the neutral zone with 8:48 remaining here in period number 1. Jumping on the puck is Tibor, and she'll send it down the ice as refs put the hand up for an icing. There's no other choice to seal your heating and air game than Northern Plains Heating Air. Call Dylan today, 222-2155. Hey, it's cold out there, so if you need a new installation or an upgrade on all your furnace needs and AC needs, again, call Dylan today, 222-2155. Northern Plains Heating and Air. Give Dickinson the win on the face-off as Maya Hilton a little turn and shoves it up the ice. Tried to play that one forward, but here comes Legacy again. Brooklyn Mose, that one fired wide. Lopez trying to seal the edge and does on a wraparound attempt for Krikorian. Krikorian, after missing the wraparound attempt, wins the race on the other end. Tries to feed it forward to Oswald. Kautzman comes in with Oswald filling in the lane. Plays it on back. Pass gets away from the blue liner of Isabella Rude, who's trying to seal it. Now dancing in. Richardson plays it back to Oswald. Jumping into the play is Rude. Centers in a play. Goes right to the center of the blue line. Fires a shot. Blocked up front by a lot of black jerseys there for the Mavericks. Fished it on forward. Pick stock. Now just going to play it off the boards. Try to buy some new legs out there for the Mavericks as they're going to be caught into the line change. Trying to take advantage of it now is Rude. Goes all the way around the ice. Now she'll hit the brakes. Centers the pass. That one cannot quite make the connection. Racing the other end was Gabby Soblik. Have to get used to that new number there. Again, Soblik wearing number 6 instead of her normal number 21 with these new uniforms tonight. Flipping in the glove. Lopez cannot quite catch that cleanly. Puck still loose as Bookie battles for the loose puck. Played in on a delayed offside. Allows Dickinson to try to take advantage. They'll try to quickly work it to Hendrickson. Hendrickson will not win the race to the loose puck, though, as Brooklyn Moose will win the draw. And now she will carve her way to the left side of the ice. Moose plays it into the corner. Allows Arnold in a sharp angled look. Taken away back by Dickinson. As Peterson plays it off the boards. Near side. Right by the BHS cheer crew. It's more than the defending state champs, Legacy Bismarck. Again, the number 2 seed right now in the state. We would head to the state tournament tomorrow. Still plenty of hockey before we get there. Everyone's played each other pretty much once. Is just playing each other a second time around. 6 minutes remaining here in period number 1. Rask with a nice find, but cannot haul that one in cleanly. Was Arnold. That would have been her first potential goal of the year, but they will still net one. It's Alyssa Krikorian. Gifted one right there in the slot, and she buries it. Krikorian with her 4th on the season for the senior. Puts Legacy Bismarck back up by 2 with 5:56 remaining here in the first period. It's just relentless effort here for Legacy going down the ice, and they had a great look there, but just could not quite bury it, and they keep with it and find even a better scoring chance that they put in the back of the net. Rude and Rask getting in on the assist. That's Rude's 2nd assist. And now Rask got a 2-point day as well. She had a goal earlier. And you just joining us. Chloe Peterson scored with 13:47 remaining, assisted by Claire Oswald. Then about 2.5 minutes later, they scored again. Olivia Rass, assisted by Izzy Rude. Less than a minute, Dickinson with 10:07 left. Kendall Peterson unassisted to get the Mavericks on the board. And then just now, another goal coming up there for Alyssa Krikorian. This is by Rude and Rask with just under 6 minutes remaining. A penalty for Legacy will put now Dickinson on the power play. Reese Kautzman on holding for 2 minutes in the box. Dickinson trying to find a little bit more better flow than they did in the last power play try. Pass goes a little too long, and winning the race to it, Sophia Hoon. Hoon shoved against the boards there by Heather Tibor. Tibor extension pass up to Hilton, just goes a little too long. Allows Legacy Bismarck to come down the other end with it. Rude chips that one high off the glass. She's had quite the day already. 2 assists on the night for Rude. Not even a full period of play down. And another penalty coming up. I think it's going to be another trip call coming up for Legacy Bismarck, if I saw that correctly. Just have to wait and see, unless it's the other way around. No, it is, yes, Legacy Bismarck on the call. Ainsley Johnson going in. So for Dickinson, this could be your best chance to try to get it back within 1 for the second time today. Because now you got 2 Legacy Bismarck skaters in the penalty box. You got a 5-on-3 chance for the next 106. Then you'll get 5-on-4 for the next 54 seconds later potentially as well. Face off won by Dickinson. Pickstock plays it down low. Lippert fires a shot, or excuse me, Manga fires a shot. Kept alive. Hannah Manga from the blue line will not make its way there. Eglin gets her skate right before it reaches her goaltender, Avato. Delayed pass there by Manga. She just was able to kind of bait it away. Thought about firing it. We'll just hold on to it. Pickstock with 35 seconds on the 5-on-3 remaining. Quick little touch pass. Nice little pass there by Lippert. She wants it back, will not get it quite back right now. Pickstock has an open lane to shoot. Showfire kicked away by Otto. Into the corner, racing hard forwards. There's Moose. Pickstock gives it a little couple whacks. Open Manga. Sarah Manga centering feed to a cutting Lippert, but could not quite connect. And here comes shorthanded on a 3-on-5 Rask. Pass just not quite connect there with Eglin, but it does just enough now to make one player come out of the penalty box, make it now a 5-on-4 instead of a 5-on-3. Good PK work again for Legacy. This Legacy Bismarck team, 64 penalties, or 64, now 65 here on the season, but only allowed 2 short-handed goals this year so far. Better than 97% penalty kill percentage. Goes down the ice. 18 seconds left on the power play for Dickinson with 3 minutes remaining here in period number 1. Off the glove of Hilton, right to bits. Turns around, has her pockets picked, and here comes Dickinson racing down the other end. Tibor taking it coast to coast. Looks to wrap around, hits the brakes, a little half spin. Plays it out to Peterson, who has Dickinson's lone goal. And Legacy Bismarck has officially killed the 5-on-3 penalty. They are full strength. Spin by Peterson. And she's got the lone goal for the Mavericks. It was a nice little steal and score for her earlier in the frame. Brooklyn Bitts has 2 points on the season. She'll bring it into the Dickinson zone before Peterson will corral it and chip it out. Plays it on forward to Manga to try to go and push it on closer near the to the Bismarck side. Sent back down with 2 minutes remaining. Winning the race to the loose puck. Krikorian. She's got the last goal. Put him back up by 2. Centers a feed. Off of Hoon's tape there. Hoon continuing to jam at the loose puck right in the crease of Lopez before Lopez finally corrals it in. Shots right now in favor of Legacy Bismarck, 9-5, and the score shows the same. They're up 3-1, up by 2. Big thanks out to BSN. Great exclusive personalized solutions for North Dakota high school and collegiate programs. Across equipment, uniforms, and Coach Sparrow, fan wear, branding more. They do it all. Contact your local BSN sales pro today. $1:41 remaining here in period number 1. Defending state champs lead by 2. And they will net one from the blue line. Anna Eglin just catches the corner of the net as Legacy Bismarck goes up 4-1 with a late goal to close out the first period. With $1:39 remaining, it's Anna Eglin with her 4th goal on the season, her 10th point on the year. Again, a team now that has 5 different players that are in double digits of points now. Just shows this incredible depth for Legacy. And here's a steal for Oswald. Tries to go to her backhand. Cannot quite get it there. As Rask gets credit with her 2nd assist and 3rd point. And Oswald will not be denied. She continues to press hard here for the home team, who leads 4-1. Dickinson, though, seeing if they can get it back. Soblik pushed against the boards, but allows Hendrickson to join the play. Peterson sails in late, but could not quite get a stick on that one as it's sent back down to the Dickinson side as Manga fishes it back over to into the neutral zone. Manga plays it to Peterson. Kendall Peterson works to the backhand, plays it forward. Not quite there for Soblik. 2 players that have shot up the state point standings. Turn and shoot for Soblik. Plays it into the corner. Hendrickson doing everything she can to try to keep that into the zone. Could not quite. Nice forecheck here for Legacy Bismarck. Allows Flemmer to center a feed. Taken away by Sarah Manga and played up to Lippert. Back to Manga. An offside call as Manga going to be called on the offside. Sarah, the older of the 2 Mangas. She's a senior. Sister Hannah, a freshman. You know, I got the Lipperts as well. Olivia Lippert, a junior, then Elena Lippert, a 7th grader. Pair of the sister connections here on the DHS side. 20 seconds remaining here in period number 1. Legacy Bismarck leads 4-1. Nice little find with 12 seconds remaining here by Arnold. She's pickpocketed by Pickstock, who gets another nice little poke check there, not allowing Legacy Bismarck to cross center ice, and that will do it for the first period of play. As the defending state champs, Legacy Bismarck, right now firing on all cylinders. They lead 4-1 at the end of 1. You're listening to the PSP Network, as when we come back, we'll join you in for the Charbonneau Car Center Intermission Show.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network on all social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your trusted partner for commercial and business loans. We not only provide lending you need to grow your business, but we also reinvest in our communities. We believe in strengthening our businesses and creating opportunities for success. Choose Dakota Community Bank and Trust for your commercial and business loans, and together let's keep our communities thriving.
Serving the community, looking out for you. At Dakota Community Bank and Trust, that's what we do.
Planning for the future is difficult, but pre-planning your funeral is a thoughtful way to ease the burden on your loved ones. At Stevenson Funeral Home, our compassionate team will help you create a personalized plan that reflects your values. We'll make sure that your wishes are honored and that your family will have peace of mind in a challenging time. Call us today to start your pre-planning journey. You can count on us to be with you every step of the way. Stevenson Funeral Home.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
At Ryan Buick GMC, we treat every day like game day.
1.2-liter turbo engine, ultra-wide screen.
1.2-liter turbo engine, ultra-wide screen, on 2. Ready? Break.
We know how to get you in the right vehicle.
Blue Canyons, and hut, hut.
From the test drive to the handoff, we make every step easy. This season, start your drive at Ryan Buick GMC.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network on all social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
Since 2003, the architects and engineers at Ackerman Estvold have been enhancing everyday life. From response times to commute times, we've helped create critical infrastructure, enhancing highway safety, flood protection, and public education. And we're no stranger to enhancing fun, family outings, and even game time. Ackerman Estvold, working to enhance your everyday life.
Sometimes life gets messy, and accidents happen. Some days, even your best intentions turn into unexpected disasters. Other days, a little guesswork leads to a lot of cleanup. So when life gets messy, Serve Pro's ready. Call Serve Pro of Minot, Bismarck, or Williston today.
We want it all. We want our...
Every football fan has their Sunday routine. Maybe it's setting your lineup, firing up the grill, or claiming your spot on the couch. But the center of every Sunday is the drive. The morning drive home before kickoff. The drive to your buddy's watch party. Wherever you're headed, we can take you there.
Welcome in here to the first intermission. Brought to you by Charbonneau Car Center in Dickinson. They know drivers in Dickinson, Richardson, New England, Belfield, Wilson, North Dakota, Glendive, Montana. Work hard, play hard, and need a car that can keep up. That's why they choose to offer Buick, GMC, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram lineup at their dealerships in Dickinson. If you're interested in learning more, stop into their showrooms and treat yourself to a test drive. You visit them online at charbonneaumotors.com. So go and make sure you go and say hi to Terry and Cass Dvorak at the 2 locations now in Dickinson. And a lot of great play here to start this one. Shots pretty close. I mean, 11-6 favoring Legacy Bismarck, but right now it is just Legacy Bismarck, that home team. They are just making the most of their opportunities. They've scored 4 goals on their 11 shots, and everything is just trending right. I mean, hard on pucks right now. They are playing aggressive, fighting for every loose puck, and right now has just opened up a lot of good things going for Legacy. And let's take a look at this first period recap. As we head on over, let's take a look at some of the highlights so far between these two teams, and there are some good ones, that's for sure. With 13:47 remaining here in period number 1, it was Chloe Peterson netting the first goal of the contest, assisted by Claire Oswald. And just a few minutes later, shot fired, and it's Olivia Rask up in front, deflects it. Izzy Rude getting the assist from the blue line there. You see Izzy Rude getting a little dance on there. But Dickinson wouldn't go away. Kendall Peterson, the steal, the score for the senior. Puts them right back within 1. Legacy right back into control. Alyssa Krikorian gets it right on her stick in the slot. She buries it, assisted by Izzy Rude and Olivia Rask. And at the closing minutes of period number 1, Legacy Bismarck nets one more. A quick little shot and from the blue line by Anna Egeland. This is by Olivia Rask. Puts this one 4-1 as we head in to period number 2. So there you go. That was the first period recap. Again, goals from Chloe Peterson, Olivia Rask, as well as Alyssa Krikorian and Anna Egeland for Legacy Bismarck. Kendall Peterson gets the lone goal for Dickinson. Multi-point days already for Izzy Rude. She has got 2 assists. And Olivia Rask has a goal and a pair of assists for Legacy Bismarck. So right now, the home team picking up the early lead, 4-1 on Stick It to Cancer Night here inside the VFW. Again, these two teams joined forces. They got together and said, hey, let's put on this game for a great cause, and that is what they did. I mean, both these two teams got new uniforms. They got the pink in there, and it's great to see these two communities kind of come together for a great cause. And again, if you can't make it to tonight's game, but you want to get in on the auction here at the VFW for their Stick It to Cancer Night, a lot of great items. You can head on over to Facebook on either Legacy Bismarck Girls Hockey or the Dickinson Girls Hockey Facebook page. They both got the links to the auction there, and you can bid online on their items. A lot of great items there tonight up. If you're a UND hockey fan, such as myself, lots of great items there. If you're a Minnesota Wild fan, they got a Jesper Wallstedt autographed photo and puck. If you are someone that likes tools, they've got a Milwaukee drill and driver set, Hydro Flask set. You name it, they got it. Country Fest tickets as well. Again, you can head on over to Dickinson Girls Hockey or Legacy Bismarck Girls Hockey Facebook pages. Take a look at those auction items. I believe auction ends at 7:45 Central Time, somewhere around then. So, again, you got a little bit of time to still bid on a couple of those items, or to at least take a look at them. I know I got a notification that I just got outbid not too long ago, so I might have to look into bidding back in here during the intermission show here at Charbonneau Car Center. Well, second period, it's getting close when we return here on the PSP Network. But before we head out of it, again, it is a busy week and a busy night here on the PSP Network. If you got multiple TVs or maybe a phone or something like that where you want to put on another game we've got going on, hey, this is all the slates there on Tuesday again. Dickinson Bismarck doubleheader for basketball going on here in just a few minutes, as well as Mandan versus Minot High and Jamestown Minot North basketball doubleheaders. Legacy Dickinson having a hockey doubleheader again right here on this link, and then even got a doubleheader at Minot for their hockey team. Their girls taking on Williston at the moment, and then boys will take on Botno Rugby later on tonight. So there's your schedule on for tonight's here on the PSP Network. Well, let's take a break, and when we come back, it is puck drop for the second period here at the VFW Sports Center.
Nobody thinks about personal injury until it happens. But when injury strikes, so will your bills and the turmoil and everything you'll miss out on. It's a mess, and you need someone to help it all make sense. That someone is Schweigert, Clemene, and McBride. We know the territory and the process, and we work smart and hard to get you results. It's easier to get back to normal knowing there's a team behind you. We're the ones the other side doesn't want you to call. We're on your side. We're Schweigert, Clemene, and McBride.
For decades, Nodak Insurance Company has been serving our state's residents in good times and challenging times. We come together for the greater good, from simple acts of kindness to company-wide efforts that make a difference in our community. It's who we are, rooted in North Dakota and ready to serve when it matters most. Nodak Insurance Company, agents with answers.
Darren Johnson, Cody Olson, and Scott Wilkins, your agents with answers in Mandan.
Since 2003, the architects and engineers at Ackerman Estvold have been enhancing everyday life. From response times to commute times, we've helped create critical infrastructure, enhancing highway safety, flood protection, and public education. And we're no stranger to enhancing fun, family outings, and even game time. Ackerman Estvold, working to enhance your everyday life.
At Schatz Crossroads, we make 8 gallons of homemade ranch dressing every day, so you can smother your dinner salad with it, dip those crispy golden French fries in it, and dunk your breaded chicken strips. You can even cover your... Wait, no. You can't put ranch on steak. Or can you? Schatz Crossroads. Don't forget the ranch.
Second period about to be on our way here in Bismarck as Legacy Bismarck leads over Dickinson 4-1. Again, this is a Legacy Bismarck team that's been relentless thus far, but shots right now is pretty close, 11-6, favoring the home team, and they lead on the scoreboard 4-1. For Dickinson, it's just trying to more develop that offense, but they've been getting some nice opportunities. It was a nice steal and score by Kendall Peterson as their lone scorer. But for this Legacy team, they're just doing a really, good job of just being relentless. Hard on pucks. You see a lot of their players just giving 110, just racing down pucks into the opposite zone and coming away with it and allowing in for some nice looks at the opposite end. Now we'll switch sides. So again, it's the second period, so that means always the long change side. As left to right. Legacy will be going again. Both these two teams wearing pink for Stick It to Cancer Night. Legacy in the white uniform, so you're just joining us here tonight. Dickinson in the black and pink. And also during the break, I believe I heard there that it's Tesha Kostelecki in at net. She's wearing number 1, normally worn by the other goaltender, Riley Otto, but no, it is Kostelecki in net here tonight, as she was perfect so far, 6 for 6 on her shot attempts, or 5 for 6, just gave up that 1 to Peterson. As Ainsley Johnson, dump pass, leaves it behind. Rask sails through, almost. She's trying to get that second whack at it. She was able to get that. That could have been another goal for Rask, and what has been an impressive day at the office for her. Already a goal and 2 assists for the senior. For the freshman of Olivia Rask. I was thinking of Kendall Peterson on the mind, I think, there. She's the senior for Dickinson's side, but Rask, again, just a freshman. Always fun to see all the great underclassmen that we have in the state here in North Dakota. Here comes Claire Oswald. She's got a break, hits the post. Was able to beat the defense. It was just her and Lopez, but she rings the iron to Oswald, who has just been that Energizer bunny every time her number's been called today. Little traffic in the crease, but Lopez covers it up, and as we have the time, let's take a look. Ryan Family Dealership, instant replay. There it is, just play the puck, backhand, little saucer pass, get that up and going, and Oswald takes it, just rings the bell there. Lopez going to thank the goalie's best friend as it keeps Dickinson just within 3. Pickstock plays near the Bismarck Bobcat logo. Now she'll play it off her end boards right there by the Dickinson bench. Sealing it in the zone is Sogi. Anasogi, she'll dump it in deep, and here comes Legacy. Scooping it up, and here they'll start to drive it down. Bailey Bitts plays it off a Pickstock. Will stay fair as it's picked up now on the end by Rude, who's got a pair of assists tonight. Rude works it down back to Bitts. Working out of the pile with it's Richardson. Shot by Rude, trying to clean it up and just could not quite get all of it as Bitts. And Dickinson going to buy some time. They'll ice this one down the ice for an icing with 14:27 remaining. 4-1 with 14:27 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard with locations throughout North Dakota, Minnesota, and Arizona. BNC National Bank provides you with banking and wealth management services for your business and family. Visit BNC Bank online today at bnc.bank. As they'll make one late change, Hendrickson comes off the ice for Dickinson, and where the puck is dropped and back in the action we go. A turn there by Kylie Bookie. Tried a little give and go as that's deflected out, but cannot quite get it back as Bookie. As Dickinson with active sticks down in their own zone. Played off the boards. Hilton with a head of steam. Maya Hilton fires a shot. Kostelecki just gets a bit of it. Just shows it right there on the leather. And now Eglin goes the other way. We got some end-to-end action. Yeah, Hilton takes it from one of the ice to the other, and Eglin tries to repay the favor, gets it right back in the offensive zone for Legacy Bismarck. Base fluke. over skates. Oswald, who goes on the attack, saved by Lopez. Plays it off the boards. Little snapshot. I think that one catches off of Lopez's skate off an awkward deflection there into the boards. As Berkeley Moose, a freshman, with a nice shot. Now she'll have a little one-touch. Sets up the feed. Don't have a number 13 on this one. Again, with those jersey changes right now with the special jerseys. Rolled these two teams. A couple different jersey number swaps. It goes down the ice for an icing. Contesha Kostelacki wearing the number 1 tonight for Legacy Bismarck instead of her normal number 30. Dickinson sees Maddie Cattermas wear 3 instead of 20. Gabby Soblik wearing 6 instead of 21. And Olivia Stone wearing number 2 instead of number 25. They're your jersey number swaps here for tonight's game. As Kendall Peterson works it to her backhand behind her own crease. She plays it along the boards. Tries to work it up to Soblik. Race for the puck. Sogi wins it. But sealed in by Legacy Bismarck with 12:30 remaining here in the second. In the middle frame here tonight. Again, stay tuned after this one. We'll have the boys contest between Legacy and Dickinson. Part of our doubleheader here at the VFW Sports Center. Here comes Gabby Soblik. Racing forward, just hits off the shoulder there at Kostelacki. That was very similar to the Maya Hilton breakaway. Both of them shot at the same spot, but Soblik cannot get cannot get the result they want on that breakaway. But Dickinson trying to set up their zone. Sabrina Pickstock chips it off the boards. Tries to get the deflection right to Soblik and does. Hendrickson races forward. Plays it back deep in. Soblik tried to center a feed. Not quite there. Was Peterson. Snapshot off of Peterson's skate. Deflects wide. Dickinson smelling some blood in the water now. They are on the prowl, on the attack. As Manga drives to the net. Fished out by Lippert. She'll play it along the boards. Trying to seal the edge. Manga whacks it in. Into the direction, Hannah Manga to Sarah Manga, the Manga sisters. Sarah plays it along the boards to herself, now tries to seal the edge, trying to box out a Legacy Bismarck defender who's going to send it all the way down the ice. Contact Farstead Oil today to find out how their skilled sales team can help you achieve your wholesale fuel, mobile lubricants, DEF needs. Proudly serving North Dakota, Montana, Western Minnesota since 1938. Committed to outstanding customer service and reliability. It's Farstead Oil. 10:52 remaining here in the second period. Shots right now favoring the home team 13-7. But it's Dickinson that has been able to start flipping the ice in their favor. Tell Oswald now will take it away and play it all the way along the boards on the Dickinson end. Charging forward is Olivia Lippert. Plays in the corner to Sarah Manga. Cannot quite win the race, but Manga won't give up on it as she joins the pile. Manga plays it back. Snapshot deflected wide on the chance from Tibor. Nice save by Kostelacki. Kostelacki there just able to kick that one in the corner, allow her teammates to do the rest. Oswald on the near side. Deflects off a skate right to Olivia Rask. Plays it back. Richardson, her shot is blocked. Lena Lippert gets in the way. Lippert all by her lonesome. It's her and Kostelacki, and Lippert nets it in. Dickinson pulls within 2. What an effort by Elena Lippert. The shot block, the breakaway, and the goal. Let's take a look on the Ryan Family Dealership instant replay. 9:53, there you see Lippert all by her lonesome. It's just her and Kostelacki. Buries it. What a shot, what a goal. And Dickinson not going away without a fight. That's another unassisted goal. So both goals for Dickinson tonight have been unassisted. It was Kendall Peterson earlier on in this one in the first period, and that was to cut the game back to 2. In very similar situation, too. This goal cuts it back to 2 as well. 4-2 lead for Legacy Bismarck. Little touch feed. Taken away. Peterson extends it out to Soblik. She'll work to the middle of the ice. Dangles around a defender. Sharp angle backhand. Tries to jam it home on Kostelecki. Loose puck. Almost getting out of the zone with it is Rask, but Peterson denies her of it. Little pump fake shot, works to the right circle. Kostelecki eats that one up well. Pickstock, catch and shoot, blocked away by Rask. Rask has done a little bit of everything. A goal, 2 assists, and a couple shot blocks deflecting out in front again. This time it was Izzy Rude with the shot block, with her 2 assists tonight. So Rude and Rask doing on both ends. Pickstock can't quite pull the trigger. Poked away by Peterson. She scored the first goal of the night. She'll send it down the ice. Allows for a line change for the home squad. Maya Hilton was the one that maybe even started the barrage of attacks here in the second period. She got that first breakaway, could not quite get the goal to go. And Soblik had a breakaway right after. And then Lippert did, and the third time was the charm on the breakaway tries for Dickinson. So that's one thing that has helped Dickinson are these breakaways. I mean, getting the shot block and turning in the opposite direction. Saw Peterson in the first period. It was kind of a steal and score. Lippert's very similar there. Just eat up a shot, go the other direction. 8 minutes remaining here in period number 2. Oswald, she's got some company with her. Oswald with Krikorian. He's got a goal. Krikorian tries a backhand one. Over to Johnson. Snapshot. Loose puck. Battling back forward is Krikorian. She's got 6 points on the year. Netted her 4th goal on the season in the first period. As Dickinson was looking for a penalty as they'll chip it down the ice. A little discussion there as one explanation was Olivia Lippert, as she'll now join back in the action. Lippert plays it off the boards. Right to Tibor. Tibor puts a couple of Legacy Bismarck skaters into a spin cycle, but they'll seal the edge. Sealing the zone, played back in by Eglin. Whacking away at it, shutting the door is Lopez. Denies him right at the doorstep. Manga pickpocketed away by Eglin. Loses the puck, trying to extend it out there again. Was Lippert. Got the latest goal for Dickinson, Elena Lippert. The youngest of the 2 Lipperts on the team, the 7th grader. Again, that was her 4th goal of the season, and now he will have a penalty coming up. As that official, Pelkey, will give the cross-check sign and send a Maverick into the penalty box. Going in is Hannah Manga, the freshman, for her 9th penalty on the season. 6:42 in a quick moving second period. Shots right now 15-10. It's a power play try here for Legacy Bismarck. As Pickstock takes it away, and Severino will send it down the ice again. Johnson works it up to Rask. Rask. Stick handles through the zone, plays it on the other side, scooped up. Catch, not quite the shot there by Rucci, wants it back. There's a snapshot. Lopez cleans it up. Good look on the power play. But Lopez, the freshman keeper, standing tall. He's taking a look on the Ryan Family Dealership instant replay. Look at this. Gives it up, wants it back. Little give and go on the one-timer for Izzy Rude. But Lopez, so far perfect here in period number 2. Racing around the end, it is Moose. Lays it on to Oswald. Could not quite corral it cleanly, but she fires the shot and scores. 5-2, Legacy Bismarck. And after a fantastic first period for Claire Oswald, just great effort, great intensity the entire way, she is now awarded with that great effort throughout this game with a goal in her column, her 5th goal on the season. It comes on the power play. 5th goal, 9th point on the campaign for Oswald. She's been a fun player to watch tonight. She's been everywhere when her number's been called. As that is assisted by Berkeley Mose. So there it is, 5-2, 5:30 remaining here in period number 2. And that's just one of those things when Dickinson was able to really start almost kind of controlling this second period. But then you go on, you get a penalty, and sometimes just penalties can just change everything, especially when you got a good power play unit that buries their look there. Claire Oswald with the goal, assisted by Berkeley Mose. Dickinson seeing if they can try to get it back within 2 for another time tonight. The lead has continued to fluctuate between 3 and a 2-goal difference. As Rask, nice little stop and go move. Rask works in, fires a shot, whistles wide, hits off the glass. Rask, though, gets it right back onto the backhand. Tries the backhand one in, poked away, and played on off the boards with 4:36 remaining here in the second period. Putting the hand up in the air was Kostelecki. He'll be sent back down the ice for an icing. Again, it was a Serve Pro power play that has put them up 5-2 for Legacy. Serve Pro 24/7, emergency service trained technicians, advanced technology, fire and water cleanup and restoration. It's Serve Pro. Kendall Peterson going to join in late. She'll win the draw. Joins in, comes in, and now Sogi has the puck. Sogi lays it back. Peterson. They'll clear it down the length of the ice. Exciting stuff coming up here for Legacy Bismarck. Still, I know you got a lot of games until one, but maybe you're looking at one in particular. February 6th against Century. It is the 25th anniversary of girls hockey here inside the capital city. And they're taking on Century, again, a team that they were co-opted with for so long. And now it's Legacy Bismarck and Century, and they're separate teams. So it should be a very fun anniversary game there in February 6th. But that's going to be here at the VFW. Face-off one there by Legacy Bismarck. They'll play it down to Chloe Peterson. Peterson will jab over to Angle, and it's denied by Lopez. Sharp angle. Lopez, though, was paying attention. Keeps that one out of the nylon. Puck scooped up by Hendrickson. Peterson going to help her out. Backhands it right out to Soblik. Soblik has one defender to beat, Misty Richardson. She'll hit the brakes, has Peterson with her. Could not quite tame that puck down. Turn and shoot, and it's Soblik denied by Kostelecki. Again, the last time these two teams played each other was November 25th. And Legacy Bismarck won 8-1. They outshot Dickinson 50-11. But as we mentioned in the pregame show, a very young Dickinson team. When I was talking to assistant coach Nick Peterson today, he was like, hey, it's a team that got thrown into it. A lot of 7th, 8th grader, 9th graders, first year at varsity, and they just kind of had to get thrown in against the defending state champs right away. And it was a game that, hey, it was a big learning moment for them. And you could tell the way they played them the second time around thus far. A team that's come a long ways this season. They were held to just 11 shots last time they played Legacy Bismarck. They've got 11 already with a period and then some to play. Nice look, though, by Legacy Bismarck. They're now starting to feel it. Again, what difference a goal can make momentum-wise. You saw Dickinson play with that momentum earlier in the period after they scored. Here comes Maya Hilton. Hilton dangles through the zone, and she will draw a penalty. Maya Hilton went on a fast break earlier this period, was denied, but that started a barrage of attacks for Dickinson, and they would end up getting 2 more breakaways after, and the third time was the charm. They would end up scoring with Elena Lippert. And is that Hilton rush again, does that give the little jolt to the Dickinson offense once more? We'll just have to wait and see. It will bring them a man up as Hannah Englund will be called on the penalty. Face-off one, Heather Tibor. Tries a little wrister there. That's blocked up before it gets to the crease. And it's sent down the ice by Sophia Hoon. Peterson takes a peek. What's coming up behind her. Now she'll play it along the boards. Quick touch by Hilton. Works it up to Soblik. Soblik's got Hendrickson with her. Hendrickson with the head of steam. Runs right in to Izzy Rude as they meet right there. Now they're in the middle, right behind the crease of Kostelecki. Centering feed, just steered clear. Peterson directs it towards Tibor, or her shot blocked and played down the ice by Hoon. Tibor to Hilton. Extends it up. Peterson, back to Peterson after a quick little touch there by Basefluke. And sent all the way down the ice. Krikorian waited for the opportunity, and she seized it, allowing in for a line change for the shorthanded Legacy Bismarck squad. Now they've got a look. Swing and a miss there for Krikorian. She had one dialed up. Now she'll hit the deck, blows a tire, and the puck goes right, spits right onto the stick of Sarah Manga. Manga, a little spin and pass, intercepted. Krikorian again, what a shift for 15 and white. Now she'll send it down and go for a line change. Great individual effort there on the PK. Oswald, the one to put it back up by 3. Number 3 buries it from a short angle. Back-to-back goals for Oswald. She's got Legacy up by 4. Claire Oswald. What a contest she is having here tonight. She got a power play goal. Now she's got a shorthanded goal with 1 minute remaining here in the second period. And it's back-to-back periods where Legacy Bismarck has scored in the final 2 minutes of each frame. Just closing out the frame in style both times thus far. And that's exactly what you want to see on that coaching staff here, Nick Johnson and his crew. Claire Oswald unassisted on her second on the night, and there she comes steaming down. She wanted a hat trick here on Stick It to Cancer night. Yeah, that's why both these two teams are wearing pink tonight, and they came together, got some nice jerseys that, again, play off each other. Same logo, same everything on them, just the reverse colors. Great to see these two communities and teams come together for a great cause. There's a little tap there by Soblik. Tibor tries to get into the zone. She'll try again. Relentless effort there by the junior defenseman. Goes down the ice for an icing with 26 seconds remaining. Again, stay tuned. 26 seconds. We'll head on over to the second intermission. Brought to you by Charbonneau Car Center. Don't want to miss. We'll break it down. We'll bring you highlights and a rewind from the first 2 periods as we get ready for period number 3. Until we get to that point, still 26 ticks on the clock left here in period number 2. Face-off won by Dickinson. Anna Manga plays it down the boards. Hilton tries to get that back in possession, but it's Izzy Rude. First save by Lopez, kicks it away. 8 seconds left without a stick, and just have to pick it up as Tibor tries to deflect it forward, and Legacy going to try to have one last shot, but will not get it as we hit triple zeros here on the scoreboard. Dickinson's offense got him back in early with an Elena Lippert goal. Got him back within 2. But it's Claire Oswald with back-to-back goals, one on the power play, one shorthanded. And they have built their lead up to the biggest it's been tonight. 6-2. Legacy leads through 2. We head on over to the Charbonneau Car Center intermission show when we return here on the PSP Network.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your trusted partner for commercial and business loans. We not only provide lending you need to grow your business, but we also reinvest in our communities. We believe in strengthening our businesses and creating opportunities for success. Choose Dakota Community Bank and Trust for your commercial and business loans, and together let's keep our communities thriving.
Serving the community, looking out for you. At Dakota Community Bank and Trust, that's what we do.
Planning for the future is difficult, but pre-planning your funeral is a thoughtful way to ease the burden on your loved ones. At Stevenson Funeral Home, our compassionate team will help you create a personalized plan that reflects your values. We'll make sure that your wishes are honored and that your family will have peace of mind in a challenging time. Call us today to start your pre-planning journey. You can count on us to be with you every step of the way. Stevenson Funeral Home.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
We started with small beginnings. And just like the visionary entrepreneurs we serve, we turned an idea into reality. Today, we give you the power to grow your ideas by building meaningful relationships in the communities we serve. Because it's the same place we started. BNC National Bank, where possibilities begin right here at home.
At Planning Team Financial Advisors, we help individuals create their personalized strategies. We specialize in financial planning, retirement planning, insurance, and 401k distribution options. Don't leave your future to chance. Call Planning Team Financial Advisors today for a free retirement review. Planning Team Financial Advisors, your plan, your future, your team.
It's time for this week's PSP Network Player Performance of the Week. Powered by the Aggie Foundation, Ryan Family Dealerships, and Minot State University. Congratulations to this week's nominees on Big Time Games. The votes are in. And this week's Player Performance of the Week belongs to... Make sure to like and follow the PSP Network on all social media platforms. And watch for next week's Player Performance of the Week. Powered by the Aggie Foundation, Ryan Family Dealerships, and Minot State University. PSP Network, it's game day.
The Aggie Foundation is a 501c3. Our mission is to really help out the communities that allow us in for charitable gaming.
We are so thankful for Aggie Foundation for giving us the $2,500.
I can't thank the Aggie Foundation enough for what they've done.
Aggie Foundation has been just a great partner for our community.
Some of these programs wouldn't be able to continue on without funding from programs like this.
We're always looking for new partners, new communities to be in. So if we can make an impact in that community, we will.
Welcome back in here to the VFW Sports Center of the Charlotte Oak Car Center intermission show. For the second intermission, after two, Legacy Bismarck leads 6-2 over the Dickinson Mavericks. Again, it's Stick It to Cancer Night as they're having the auction going on in the lobby, but again, it's an online auction. So if you want to get into it with a great cause, going to the Bismarck Cancer Center, again, you can head on over to either Legacy Bismarck Girls Hockey Facebook page or Dickinson Girls Hockey Facebook page. You can find the auction link there. A lot of great items. Country Fest tickets to great packages with Yeti, Milwaukee Power Tools, and much, much more. So, hey, head on over. If you haven't already, take a look at that auction. Again, you can bid online. You can't make it to the VFW tonight. Auction runs through 7:45 Central, so just a little over an hour left remaining in that. Well, let's start jumping in to a look, but before we jump into that, I did want to take a look at the player performance of the week. There you go. Saw it there, Oakley Trueblood, the latest winner of the player performance of the week, and maybe we'll see one of their nominees for that again here today. Again, look at our social media pages on PSP Network on Monday mornings on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and you can vote for Player Performance of the Week. We'll have the nominees on Monday, and winners usually announced there on Thursdays. So there you go. Well, let's take a check-in at some replays. For the first period, the first two periods of play, we have had a lot of them so far, so let's break it down, the first two periods for you. And it started off with Legacy Bismarck getting the first goal on your screen. It was Chloe Peterson from the blue line there. She'll snap one in, assisted by Claire Oswald. Legacy Bismarck led right away, and then Olivia Rask right into the dirty area to flex one. It's inside the crease, assisted by Izzy Rude to go up 2-0, but Dickinson not going away without a fight. Here comes Kendall Peterson, the steal, the score. 2-1 unassisted, but 4 minutes later, it was Alyssa Krikorian assisted by Rude and Rask, getting right back in the score column there for Legacy, and it was just a relentless effort. Krikorian just waited right there in the slot, buries it to go up 3-1, and they would score in the final 2 minutes of the period to go up by 3 for the first time at that point. It was a blue line shot by Anna Eglett, assisted by Olivia Rask to go up 4-1. Early on, though, it was Dickinson taking control and taking momentum in that second period. But before they did, here was a breakaway by Claire Oswald. She hits the post, but after that, then it was Dickinson that had the momentum. Maya Hilton, she races down the other end. Shot from the left circle. That one saved by Kostelecki. Well, is it deja vu? Because you'll see the same play almost twice, but instead of Hilton, it is Soblik racing down. Left circle shot, another save by Kostelecki. But eventually the breakaways would wear down Kostelecki and Legacy. Here's a little shot block. Elena Lippert pokes it to herself, wins the race, buries a shot 4-2. Great individual effort there by Elena Lippert, putting it back into Dickinson within 2. But a penalty by the Mavericks put them on the power play for Legacy Bismarck. And Claire Oswald, remember, she missed one on the post. Well, she will end up getting one back. There's a nice save by Lopez first on the power play before you see Oswald rip one on the man advantage. They'll go up 5-2, and you're not done seeing highlights of number 3 in white because the final minute left in the period. It's Claire Oswald again. This time, though, shorthanded goal. Sneaks it in from a tough angle past Lopez and puts Legacy up by 4 as we head in to the second intermission here brought to you by Charbonneau Car Center. So there you go. There is your highlights through the first 2 periods of play. Charbonneau Car Center brings you a look in at them. Charbonneau Car Center, they know drivers in Dickinson, New England, Richardson, Belfield, Wilson, North Dakota, and Glendive, Montana. Work hard, play hard, need a car that can keep up. That's why they choose to offer Buick, GMC, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Random lineup at their dealership in Dickinson. If you're interested in learning more, stop into their showroom and treat yourself to a test drive. You can visit them online at charbonneaumotors.com. So far, kind of the story of this game. I mean, that first period, it was just being opportunistic for Legacy. I think they had 11 shots in the first period. They scored 4 goals in that frame. But in that second period, if you're Dickinson, you got to like the adjustments you made if you're Coach Lance Knutson and assistant coach Nick Peterson, because that good chunk of that first half of that second period, Dickinson was getting the better chances. They started tilting the ice, but that penalty kind of just switched it back into Legacy side, allowed Claire Oswald to get a couple goals back and pull them back ahead by maybe a little bit of that insurance margin, a little comfortability heading into period number 3, 6-2. Again, for Legacy Bismarck, they have scored in both periods in the final 2 minutes once there. And again, just being able to close out each period with a goal has been big. It's been giving them that confidence heading into those intermissions, and then they can come out swinging as well. But right now it's Legacy Bismarck that leads up by 4. These two teams right now, I mean, you take a look what they've got coming up. Legacy Bismarck, they have got, they're headed out to Minot United on Thursday, and for Dickinson, they've got a tough little stretch coming up. They've got, again, Legacy tonight, then you got Century on Friday night, Grand Forks on the 30th, so a nice little run of some really top-level teams in the state on the opposition there for the Mavericks. It looks like we'll have, though, that Century versus Dickinson game on Friday here on the PSP Network down in the Queen City. So if you're a Dickinson fan, you can note the calendar on that one. If you can't make it to the game there inside the Charbonneau rink, you can the West River Ice Center, you can tune in on that one on the PSP Network. We'll also have the boys game to follow that Friday night as Dickinson taking on Minot United in boys play. Well, let's take a break, and when we come back, we have got the third period of action here in the girls as Legacy Bismarck leads 6-2.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
When disasters strike, we don't just clean up the damage, we rebuild what was lost. With over 75 years of experience, we turn disaster zones back into homes, businesses, and peace of mind. From cleanup to repair and full restoration, our trained professionals are with you every step, so you're never facing it alone. Because when you hire trained professionals, you get trusted results. Call ServPro in Minot, Bismarck, or Williston today.
Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your trusted partner for commercial and business loans. We not only provide lending you need to grow your business, but we also reinvest in our communities. We believe in strengthening our businesses and creating opportunities for success. Choose Dakota Community Bank and Trust for your commercial and business loans, and together let's keep our communities thriving.
Serving the community, looking out for you. At Dakota Community Bank and Trust, that's what we do.
The Jersey Mike's catering box is the easiest way to feed your friends. The hard part is picking your sub. That's why we're having a draft. With the first pick, Sarah from Carolina selects number 13, the original Italian.
You know, I trusted my gut, and that's exactly where the sub's gonna go, so.
Hold on, we've got a trade. Jake traded his second pick with me, because I'm starved. Freshly sliced subs to go, wherever you and your friends go. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
The foundation of the financial planning approach at Legacy Financial Partners is a personal relationship. Our unique and collaborative approach to financial planning starts with your dreams, not just the numbers. We will work with you regularly to take action to update your plan as your needs evolve, recommending products and services that are right for your situation.
Welcome back in here to the PSP Network. It's third period. Getting ready to go between Legacy Bismarck and the Dickinson Mavericks here in Stick It to Cancer night. They're in your pink uniforms you see there. Again, both teams coming together for a great cause. The Bismarck Cancer Society. And again, got an auction, online auction. You can find that on both teams' Facebook pages as well. Get the auction link. Well, that second period, it was a good period there for Dickinson for majority of it, but it was, again, just towards the end, a penalty that kind of just switched the favor back into Legacy's side, and Claire Oswald made him pay. Looked like Dickinson was almost kind of climbing back into striking distance, and Oswald says, no, let's pull back away, and they've taken their biggest lead of the game right before they head into the third. 17 minutes remaining. Quickly picking this one up is Bismarck, or Legacy Bismarck. Nice little shot there for Olivia Rask, who's got a goal and 2 assists tonight for the home team. Big reason of them kind of jumping out to an early lead in the first period. Talent in and 3 points in those first four goals of the game for Legacy Bismarck, as Ainsley Johnson now will reconvene and play it forward. Puck loose as Manga backhands one forward. Trying to get it to Soblik, stopped up front, and Hendrickson, a little poke check before it's the end of her shift. Trying to take advantage of a line change is Krikorian. Already got 1 goal on the night. She works to her backhand, back to her forehand as she's in the far corner. Quickly played out, though, by Dickinson. Lena Lippert over skates there, as again she's got one of the 2 goals for Dickinson tonight. The 7th grader for the Mavericks. Picked up her 4th goal on the campaign. Not too bad, it's just a 7th grader. Shot blocked up in front. Played down the ice again. Stay tuned later on tonight for the boys contest. Legacy at home taking on Dickinson. Part of the doubleheader here tonight at the VFW. We'll have it there for you. Former UND captain Mario Lammer, we're going to be joining us on the call later on tonight. Shots right now 22-12. Favoring Legacy Bismarck. The referees had to go all the way down. Not sure exactly what happened there, but talking there to the Legacy side. Looks like we're good to go. Puck is dropped. Give the face-off win to Dickinson. Sarah Manga plays it forward to Lippert. She's already got one breakaway goal. Lippert fights the puck loose. Now she'll circle around. Lays a pass back. Little touch pass there by Sogi. Hannah Sogi not going to hit her pass there on connection. It's down the other end. Racing down the other end with it is Arnold. She'll leave it back. Arnold now, her pass. It's headed for Rude, batted out of the air. Arnold, though, holds the zone, plays it back in as allows Chloe Peterson to get off the ice. Got a battle in the near boards, near the corner, right by the Legacy Band. Legacy Band gave us the night's national anthem. Did a great job here tonight. Probably hearing a lot more of them during the post-game and the pre-game for the next contest. Stopped there by Peterson. Kendall Peterson scored the first goal for DHS tonight. Plays it up to Soblik. Try to get it to Hendrickson. Try to go all those first line forwards there in a row, but Hendrickson could not quite get connected with that one. It was poked away before she got there by Johnson. Ainsley Johnson deflected up in front. Fired a shot, blocked up in front. Moose now will lay it down low to Rask. Rask tries to get back to Moose, but not there. As Hendrickson just going to shoot it right in to the boards. Peterson stopped from going forward, so she'll have to hit the detour route. Sent all the way down the ice. Racing back to it is Rask. Rask wins the race. And just wide of the net, hits maybe that knob of the stick there that was planted down by Lopez. As Hilton's got a couple of breakaways already today. That one going to go up and over. It was going to go on the Dickinson side, but good heads-up awareness there by Hilton just to put her hand down and directing it back onto the ice. Power forward just went on one arm there. It's Dickinson. Oswald looking for the hat trick as she sails in with the fight. Oswald, what a game she's had. 2 goals, a power play, and a short-handed goal. She would have got that one. It would have been her first even strength one on the night, and that would have counted as her 3rd one. As Oswald tries to shovel that one forward. Played back by Hilton. Hilton has it lost for a moment by Kautzman. Hilton, though, it kind of pushes back, a little pushing and shoving on both sides. Kautzman maybe taking a little exception there, and it looks like Maya Hilton will be going to the box for a couple of minutes there. We'll wait and hear the official call by the PA. Just missed it there. Not sure if that was a cross-check or boarding or what it was ever, but we'll wait and hear the official ruling. But either way, Hilton in the box allows power play for Legacy. Got to quickly take advantage, but Lopez gets it in the mitt. So it's checking the call on Maya Hilton, and they've got the scrum in front of the crease all dealt with, so now they'll try it again. Face off on the far corner. More contact, more kind of physicality here in the 3rd period. As centering feet tried to get it over to Krikorian just past her. She could not quite corral. Now Krikorian going to draw a penalty. She's pumped up. As a penalty for Krikorian as well. So Krikorian draws the penalty. And she was kind of fired up and maybe said some words or something. I'm not sure. But they will, officiating crew, going to get it all dealed up. And now they'll go and relay the message over to the Legacy Sabres side. So what would have been a 5-on-3 power play for Legacy will just remain a 5-on-4 as the tripping and then the call after on Legacy will balance and count each other out. And now we'll go back in on 5-on-4 off the Hilton penalty earlier. 124 still to be served with it. Hendrickson pokes it loose. Tries to work to her backhand, but swooping in is Oswald once again. If you need a high-effort play, Oswald has just been there time in and time out. So Lippert with the 2 minutes for tripping, and it was Krikorian with unsportsmanlike, the official call there, with 11:10 remaining here in the third. Bookie loses her footing, takes down her teammate Ahoon in the process, forcing them to try to tag up on the offside, and now Bitts in on the attack. She scoops it up. She'll go all the way around, a little semicircle. Just steered clear out of Lopez's crease, just wide of the net. Dickinson trying to clear it out with 18 seconds left on the power play for Legacy Bismarck. Hoon drives through, loose puck. Bookie sends it right into the mitt to Lopez. A point-blank try here on the power play. And Knight once more, again keeping it 6-2 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Your life is busy? Well, they'll manage your money easy with locations in North Dakota and Arizona. Visit BNC Bank online, bnc.bank. Peterson netted the first goal tonight. Plays it back to the blue line. Loose puck. Hilton's there. Full strength for Dickinson. Again, the offsetting penalties of Lippert and Krikorian still in the box. Still serving their time, but we're officially 5-on-5. They'll be probably out next stoppage or somewhere close to around then. As Sogi chips it off the boards, and that will be an icing. And yes, indeed, Lippert and Krikorian will come out of the penalty box on their offsetting penalties and head back to their respective benches with 9:48 on the board. Get Willison there, you see on your score feed. Got that one on PSP Network right now as well with Nick Holtberg on the call. Willison leads over Minot 4-1. And that's going to be a big one in terms of points when it comes down to it. Trying to get to that race for that final spot to head to state is heating up, that is for sure. Dickinson finds themselves in that race as well with them. Willison, Jamestown, Minot, all right around the same amount of points. Should be fun to see how that kind of goes down the last month or so of the season. Pickstock tries to hold her zone on the boards. As Oswald fishing for the hat trick, shoots him from a tough angle. A little bit of a contact as Lopez goes down. But Lopez making the save, keeping a 4-goal game. Again, after this one, we'll head on over to the post-game show. Then we'll set back up after that to the pre-game show for Legacy versus DHS boys hockey. Those two teams played each other exactly 7 days ago, last Tuesday. It was a 2-0 hockey game in the Queen City. Legacy ended up winning that one, but it was Dickinson that hung in there. Parker Roars had a fantastic game in net. Kept Dickinson within 2, and it was a physical affair, that is for sure. A Dickinson team that's known to be physical. Legacy maybe a little more known to be on the skill side, but both teams were laying in the lumber, especially there in the second and third periods as the game continued to grow. 8:54 remaining in this one. He had a 6-2 hockey game. Lopez almost had some trouble with that one. Ramps up off her own stick and into the chest. She'll glove that one in and hold on to it again. Again, the freshman keeper's got 4 wins on the year in a freshman campaign. .872 save percentage. Saved 87% of the shots in her latest win against Williston. Their last game played January 8th Again, a team that has almost been out of play for the last 2 weeks for Dickinson. After they had a couple games postponed due to the weather, and 12 days later, finally get another game in. You have to those games that you win, you want to maybe play another one, ramp off that success, but weather had otherwise. Played a little bit of that factor and had to wait a little longer than expected. Just had a nice little chat there with Nick Peterson, their assistant coach for Dickinson, and he's just thrilled by how this Dickinson team this Dickinson girls program has continued to grow over the past years. And wants to see them continue to kind of build that consistency. Continue to try to get and punch their ticket to state year in and year out. Last year, it was Legacy Bismarck that took them out of the state tournament consideration last year. It was the final game of the year these two teams played. Dickinson needed to win and get the extra point. In overtime they went. Dickinson lost, and then they lost a tiebreaker for the 8th seed to go to state. To Davies, who took that last spot in the entrance to go to Grand Forks last season. So lost it on a tiebreaker. Lots of traffic up front. Lopez looking good here in the third period. As shots starting to ramp up, Legacy Bismarck's done a really good job this period of being in control. Dickinson, I don't think, has had actually a shot on net here in the third period after a strong showing for them in the second. But it's been all Legacy Bismarck here in the third. Izzy Rude on her 2-assist night hits the brakes in the near corner. Centers the feed. Quick turn and shoot there by Krikorian. Trying to find her second goal of the night. Krikorian sticking with it. Krikorian keeps it fair. She'll play it back in and go for a line change. Tibor leaves it along to Manga. Jabbed forward there by Olivia Lippert. Now to Elena Lippert. So Lippert's going in and going to draw in a penalty. Elena Lippert still going to keep with another chance, trying to get her second goal of the night. More of a physical play here so far. Again, delayed penalty coming up. And of now will be drawn. As we get a delayed penalty, so Lopez ends up going out of the crease. Now she'll head back in. And it's going to be called on Oswald, Claire Oswald on the, nope, not on the checking penalty. I didn't think it was Oswald when she started heading over there. It's Reese Kautzman. I thought it was 6 or 8 was the number that laid the check. It was number 6, Kautzman. Oswald, I don't know if she's trying to take one for her teammate and said, I'll always take one for the team or what, but now she's back on the ice. This is what the doctor potentially ordered for Dickinson to try to get some momentum offensively back in. Again, they have been held off the shot ticker here a majority part of this period, all the way to the last couple of moments there before the penalty was delayed. They got their first on the third frame. Kendall Peterson steals that one back from behind from Ainsley Johnson. Holding on to it now is Hendrickson. Hendrickson spins around, plays it off the board. Race for the loose puck, sailing in, winning the race there as Berkeley moves, and there's going to be another delayed penalty, and it's another one going to be issued on Legacy Bismarck. And for them, it's just trying to stay clean here the rest of the way for Legacy Bismarck. Has seen penalties kind of ramp up at points in this game for them. And a timeout looks like it's going to be taken by Dickinson. They know, hey, this game not over yet. Seeing if they can try to get some momentum and talk it over. So they'll be on the man advantage 5-on-3 power play for Dickinson when we return.
At Badlands Pet Crematory, we understand that pets are family. Unlike other crematories in the area, we are the only dedicated pet crematory that offers private individual cremation. One pet at a time, 100% guaranteed. From start to finish, we personally handle your pet with the utmost care, ensuring that you receive only your pet in return. Choose Badlands Pet Crematory, because saying goodbye should come with certainty and trust.
Our initial reaction when we realized he had 2 broken bones was fear. Then once we realized and got a plan with Trinity and our doctor, a lot of comfort.
He told me that he can fix my arm, and he showed me a lot of stuff that he could do to help me.
Trinity Health Orthopedics is as good as you can find anywhere in the country. A lot of us take pride in that, and that's why we stay here and we keep doing what we do.
Trinity Health, making more possible.
A shot there, a great shot of those jerseys again. Stick It to Cancer night. Both teams wearing the Stick It to Cancer logo, and very nice uniforms there. And there's assistant coach Peterson. Had a good chat with him here pregame today. As that one played around the boards. Sealed in well by Tibor. Tibor plays it down low to Peterson. Inches down low. Speaking of Coach Peterson, Kendall Peterson, his daughter. Had a little touch there. She's got a goal tonight. Turn and shoot there by Hilton. Hilton's had a couple of really good looks here tonight. Seeing if she can try to be due for one. It seems like she's on the verge of it. But here on a break on the other end, Ainsley Johnson fires one high and wide. Izzy Rude tames it down. Lots of black jerseys there around her. Strong day for Rude with 2 assists earlier in this game. Johnson finds Eglund. Pinballs off of Hendrickson, who finally tames it down again. 5-on-3 now for the next 20 seconds. About 47 seconds then on 5-on-4 for Dickinson. Soblik, her little snapshot blocked away. Ate up well by a Legacy Bismarck defender, and they'll send it down the ice. 5 seconds left on the 5-on-3. Lippert just gets a little bit of a contact to make sure that's not an icing, and now 5-on-4. So the first penalty is officially killed. 40 seconds left on the power play for the Mavericks. As Menga plays it back, Lippert's shot up and over. That's deflected off a stick. Centering into Lippert again. Deflecting wide. Pickstock just missing the net. Going to be a delayed penalty on Dickinson. And we'll play 15 seconds of 4-on-4 hockey. Head of the box for 2. Olivia Lippert, the junior, on her 6th penalty on the season. 4:20 remaining here in this one. Again, after this game, we'll have the Sherman O'Carr Center post-game show in 4 minutes and 20 seconds of game time. And then we'll transition into the pregame show. Brought to you by Valvoline Soil Change for the boys of Legacy and Dickinson. Great hard effort there for Hendrickson as she continued to be just a freight train going all the way down from one end to the other. Full strength for Bismarck. They officially killed what was a 5-on-3. And now they've got a $130 to work on a power play of their own. Dangling through is Rask on a 3-point night for Olivia Rask. A goal and 3 assists for her. Rask leaves it back. Ends up eating out that shot too. She got hit right from behind by her teammate of Ainsley Johnson. As Dickinson will clear it down the ice with 3:23 remaining on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Celia Brandt pushes it up. A touch there by Oswald, another touch there by Johnson. Rask on patrol. Dickinson clears it down at least to the neutral zone before being hauled in by Rude, and she'll advance it again. Bookie denied by Lopez. Loose puck. Oh, that one sails into the crease and out of the crease into the far corner. Played down the ice again. Dickinson on the PK doing their job right now. Short-handed. Good job of just sending it right back down. Buying their time with 28 seconds left on the power play. Back down the ice. Great PK unit, penalty kill unit for the Mavericks. 20 seconds left for them to try to successfully get back to even strength. Hoon sails in. Lopez gets a piece of it. Hoon on a second effort. Still loose. Hoon not giving up, and there's going to be a hit from behind by Savrina Pickstock. Delayed penalty. As right when they go even strength with Olivia Lippert, Pickstock will be going into the penalty box for the last 2:20. 2:20 remaining. Big thanks out to Bones Barbecue Sauce, true North Dakota original. Created bottled right here in North Dakota. Premium barbecue sauce, perfect on anything from ribs to burgers to veggies. Find it today at your local grocery store, Cashwise, Marketplace, and Family Fare. Just went to the grocery store last week. Had to make sure I picked up a brand new bottle of Bones Barbecue Sauce. If you haven't already, make sure you go and check it out at your local grocery store. As again, Pickstock, 2 minutes on checking. Now we enter the last 2 minutes of this contest, 2 minutes of the third. Again, Legacy Bismarck has scored in the final 2 minutes of each frame thus far. Will they continue that on in the third period? They scored with 1:39 remaining in the first by Anna Eglin, and they scored with 1 minute right on the dot in the second to go with Claire Oswald. See if they can try to keep that streak going, but this has been a scoreless third period. Some good goaltending play by Kaylin Lopez. Shutting down, which arguably might be a fairly shot total-wise has been the biggest for Legacy Bismarck as Oswald sails in, and it's offsides with $1.35 on the board. So we go in for a neutral zone. Nice shot there. And then again, there you can see a good shot of the Stick of the Cancer jerseys. These two teams coming together for a great cause. Bismarck Cancer Society. Oswald Darask. Pickpocketed by Hendrickson. Delayed offsides. Had to wait for Oswald to get back up on her feet. Get back over there on the late offside call. 1:10 remaining. Less than 1 minute to go here in this one. As Legacy Bismarck, the defending state champs, going to pick up a win here tonight in impressive fashion. Trying to bounce back after falling last week to Fargo North South, the top-seeded Spruans. Redeemed an earlier season loss against West Fargo United on the 17th last week as well. And tonight looked the part of trying to defend their state crown this season. As Krikorian fires a shot, that one deflects so slowly on to Lopez. She'll get it in the mitt with 28 seconds on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. There you see on your score there, Fargo North South goes to overtime with West Fargo United. With the Spruans pick up the win and stay undefeated. The first time this year, I think they don't pick up all 3 points though, so good battle there for West Fargo United, taking a point from the top seed and the favorites of the Spruans. Centering a feed, stepping into it at the blue line, catch and shoot by Peterson. Shot is blocked, full strength, Pickstock out of the box. For the last 10 seconds on the board, Isabel Rude, now they'll send it down. One last shift, and that will be the end of it. As Bismarck Legacy picking up their 11th win on the campaign in impressive fashion, 6-2. But it was a scoreless third period. Lopez was able to make an abundance of saves in the third, but it was Legacy that's going to pick up the win here in the girls' contest. Again, stay tuned. We'll have the Sharpen Oak Car Center post-game show, and later on, we've got the boys' game between Legacy and Dickinson still to come here on the PSP Network.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by Make sure to like and follow PSP Network on all social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Our stylists are trained to understand the nuances of cutting men's hair. Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany?
Square face, wavy hair.
Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with a hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move? It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit all. 7. Pressure. Points. Yeah.
It takes expertise to be a sport clip stylist.
Here?
That's the spot. Right there, huh?
Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FINRA Civic. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors, LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors, LLC, and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Planning for the future is difficult, but pre-planning your funeral is a thoughtful way to ease the burden on your loved ones. At Stevenson Funeral Home, our compassionate team will help you create a personalized plan that reflects your values. We'll make sure that your wishes are honored and that your family will have peace of mind in a challenging time. Call us today to start your pre-planning journey. You can count on us to be with you every step of the way. Stevenson Funeral Home.
Welcome back here to the VFW. Final score, Legacy Bismarck 6, Dickinson 2, as the defending state champs pick up the win here tonight. And as we look into it, let's dive right in to the game highlights here on the Charbonneau Car Center post-game show. And again, here is the breakdown. Chloe Peterson right there in the slot gives it going. 1-0 assisted by Claire Oswald getting the opening assist. But it just kept on coming here early on. A shot from the blue line by Izzy Rude, and it's tapped in by Olivia Rask to make it 2-0 Legacy Bismarck. Dickinson, though, not going away without a fight early on. Kendall Peterson, the steal. The score, 2-1. Dickinson back within a goal, but Legacy Bismarck will get 2 more goals. It was a tough shift there for Legacy Bismarck. Krikorian, right place, right time, right in front of the crease. She makes it 3-1, assisted by Rude and Rask. And then Rask would get another assist as she would set it up here on the face-off right to Anna Eglund, who nets it in with under 2 minutes to go before the first intermission, 4-1. Then we headed on to the second period. Dickinson would end up getting some momentum, but that would be after a breakaway for Oswald. It hits the post. And then you would see multiple breakaway chances back to back to back here for Dickinson. Maya Hilton had the first one. It was denied by Kostelecki. Then the second one coming up. This time it was on the way of Gabby Soblik. Soblik, just like Hilton, deja vu, and it's the same result. Kostelecki denies, but eventually it would wind down a shot block. Third time the charm, Elena Lippert, all by her lonesome, and she buries it to bring Dickinson back within 2 goals. But then a penalty would set some stuff up here for Legacy Bismarck and start getting it right back on their style here. First, it was a save by Lopez trying to shut down the power play unit, but eventually it was just too much. Claire Oswald buries it to go up 5-2, and yeah, Claire Oswald would score a second goal, and this time it would have been short-handed there in the final minute of play there in the second period to go up 6-2 as they headed into the third period. And it was a scoreless third, and that is how the game would end up ending in a 6-2 fashion, favoring the Legacy Bismarck Sabres. Well, that brings us on over to tonight. I guess the move of the game, we're going to take that on over to Elena Lippert's goal. The shot block and off to the races. But tonight now we are heading on over to giving us the Sports Clips MVP of the contest, brought to you by Sport Clips. Sport Clips, they bring you the MVP of the matchup. Sports Clips, home of the MVP haircut experience. Nothing comes close to making you feel quite like an MVP, like the MVP experience at Sports Clips. Tonight's MVP is going to Claire Oswald, the junior forward. She just brought a spark every time she checked in. Had an assist on the first Legacy Bismarck goal. You knew she was due for a goal in this game, and she ends up getting 2 back-to-back late in the second. 1 on a power play, 1 on shorthanded, and helped Legacy Bismarck pull back out in front and win this one 6-2. Before that goal, Dickinson was really kind of controlling that second period, and you know, if you get one more goal, if Dickinson does, then it would have been a 1-goal game, and it would have been anyone's game there heading into the third. But no, it was a late penalty, and Claire Oswald took advantage on the power play, and shortly after took advantage on a shorthanded look, and just like that, 6-2. So the junior forward, our player of the game, brought to you by Sport Clips. Legacy Bismarck jumps up to 11-4 on the season, 11-3 there in state play. And they are headed on over to Minot on Thursday to take on Minot United. Dickinson Mavericks dropped to 5-9. They dropped to 1-9-2-0 in state play. And for them, next up for Dickinson, they've got Century on Friday night. You can catch that one on the PSP network there live from the Queen City. Well, that is going to do it from the Charbonneau Car Center post-game show, but don't go anywhere. We've got the boys' game between Legacy and Dickinson coming up. And that's coming up your way shortly as we are transitioning from the Charbonneau Car Center post-game show on over to the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pre-game show. That's coming your way when we return here on the PSP Network.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day. This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network on all social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your trusted partner for commercial and business loans. We not only provide lending you need to grow your business, but we also reinvest in our communities. We believe in strengthening our businesses and creating opportunities for success. Choose Dakota Community Bank and Trust for your commercial and business loans, and together let's keep our communities thriving.
Serving the community, looking out for you. At Dakota Community Bank and Trust, that's what we do.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Since 2003, the architects and engineers at Ackerman Esvold have been enhancing everyday life. From response times to commute times, we've helped create critical infrastructure, enhancing highway safety, flood protection, and public education. And we're no stranger to enhancing fun, family outings, and even game time. Ackerman Esvold, working to enhance your everyday life.
Great news! If you're looking for a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold on! Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change-anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
One game ends and another one begins. After Legacy Bismarck girls defeats Dickinson 6-2, we get ready for the boys action here between these two school districts, and should be a fun one. These two teams played less than, I guess right at 1 week. They played last Tuesday. They play this Tuesday. They played last Tuesday in Dickinson. It was a fun one. We'll take a look at maybe some highlights later on in this pregame show of that. But again, a week removed, you don't see that very often. Usually you play a team at the beginning of the season and then at the end of the season. Well, they've tried to play each other at the beginning of the season, and it ended up being postponed, and they only been able to make that game up last week. And then this one was already scheduled, so less than a week away. You play the same team twice. Don't see that very often. And for Dickinson, fun little note there, their last opponent that they've played on their season schedule is Legacy, and the next one as of with another couple minutes left would be Legacy is next up. So you don't get to see that very often, but should be a fun matchup. It was Legacy that got the better end in the Queen City 2-0, but it was just a very physical bout between these two teams. So if you like physicality, you like checking, this one could be up your alley if it replicates what we saw in Dickinson last Tuesday night. But before we kind of jump into it, the girls' game, it was Stick It to Cancer night. I do want to give one more little readout there to them. Again, they're doing an online auction for the Bismarck Cancer Society, so you can head on over to either the girls' Dickinson Hockey Club Facebook or Legacy Bismarck Girls Facebook page. They got an auction link there, so if you're not able to make it to VFW tonight, still got, I think, about 30 minutes to still bid on some auction items. Again, that funds the Bismarck Cancer Society. But we get closer and closer to this one. We're going to get ready for the pregame show. Let's take another break. When we come back, Mario Lamoureux going to be joining us here on the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
At Badlands Pet Crematory, we understand that pets are family. Unlike other crematories in the area, we are the only dedicated pet crematory that offers private individual cremation. One pet at a time, 100% guaranteed. From start to finish, we personally handle your pet with the utmost care, ensuring that you receive only your pet in return. Choose Badlands Pet Crematory, because saying goodbye should come with certainty and trust.
Breathe in.
I can't believe I wrecked my car.
There's some things in life we can't control. But what's important is how we respond. At Jerome's Collision Center, they provide the highest quality of service, assuring the job gets done stress-free and making it feel like a breath of fresh air. And to give you peace of mind, they handle the insurance.
Are you even a therapist?
Don't worry about it. Jerome's, they're the experts. Jerome's.
Spas Etc. is excited to introduce the addition of the Master Spas line, including the Michael Phelps Swim Spas. Enjoy the relaxing health benefits and enjoy 0% financing up to 72 months or up to $5,000 off on all spas and swim spas. You'll also find $2,000 off the MSRP on all pools and saunas. Come check out the outstanding lineup of Master Spas at Spas Etc.
Nobody thinks about personal injury until it happens. But when injury strikes, so will your bills and the turmoil and everything you'll miss out on. It's a mess and you need someone to help it all make sense. That someone is Schweigert, Clamine, and McBride. We know the territory and the process, and we work smart and hard to get you results. It's easier to get back to normal knowing there's a team behind you. We're the ones the other side doesn't want you to call. We're on your side. We're Schweigert, Clamine, and McBride.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your trusted partner for commercial and business loans. We not only provide lending you need to grow your business, but we also reinvest in our communities. We believe in strengthening our businesses and creating opportunities for success. Choose Dakota Community Bank and Trust for your commercial and business loans, and together let's keep our communities thriving.
Serving the community, looking out for you. At Dakota Community Bank and Trust, that's what we do.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Since 2003, the architects and engineers at Ackerman Estvold have been enhancing everyday life. From response times to commute times, we've helped create critical infrastructure, enhancing highway safety, flood protection, and public education. And we're no stranger to enhancing fun, family outings, and even game time. Ackerman Estvold, working to enhance your everyday life.
Great news! If you're looking for a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold up! Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change pre-game show here for the boys continues to roll on between Dickinson and Legacy as your locally owned oil change headquarters. 25 years, the Lundins taking care of you there. 25 years taking care of people. Local actually matters, not to mention this oil change. Just stay your car, drive through oil change. Can be performed in 15 minutes or less. Find them in Minot and in Bismarck. It's Valvoline Instant Oil Change. I'm Brock Widener, but join alongside me here for the boys game. Former UND captain Mario Lamoureux. And Mario, thanks for joining us here tonight. And I think we're going to have a fun matchup here between these two teams here inside the WDA tonight.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really good. You got high-powered Legacy, and I would call Dickinson stingy out there. They, I don't think their record reflects. I think the strength of their team. To me, they could be a sneaky team on you. It's not a team I would want to see in the first round of WDA. I just think they're kind of a I talked to Coach Davison with Legacy this afternoon. He said they're just a sticky team. They just kind of find a way to stick around. Maybe not quite the firepower of some of the other teams, but always find a way to be in the mix.
Yeah, they certainly do. And these two teams played each other exactly a week from today, last Tuesday, and it was, again, kind of like you mentioned. I mean, it's a Dickinson team that's just aggressive. I mean, they're physical, and a Legacy team that's more known to be a skill-based team. They started getting caught up in the Dickinson little game, and it just became a very physical affair last Tuesday, where penalties started to ramp it up a little bit, and you started to get that physical kind of brutal game. And I'm curious to see, usually you have maybe a month or two between these two games of seeing the same opponent. You got less than 7 days since last time you met each other. I think maybe some of the love loss is going to be right at the forefront tonight.
Yeah, well, I think sometimes, obviously, Legacy gets into penalty trouble when they head over to Dickinson there. But I think for them, it's just about coming up, showing up, playing your game. I think they have the firepower. You could look at a game like this and say, hey, this could be a 6-7-1 game if we come up and play hard. But they show up at Dickinson. They only win 2-0 in a tight game. You got Parker Roars playing really solid this season. He's given them a chance to stay in some games. So this is an interesting one because you got the firepower, but you also have a team that finds a way to stick around. A lot of close games for them this year. So this is going to be an interesting one for me. Playing 7 days ago, so we'll see what kind of teams show up for today's game.
Yeah, as we're talking about it, we might as well bring up some highlights from the game 7 days ago there at the Queen City, there at the West River Ice Center. And again, I mean, as this game goes on, the first period, it is, more of just kind of what you expect maybe from a Legacy game. That second line looked really good on just a week ago. It was really that second line that built a lot of that offense. But as the game progressed, it was, again, more physical. The first period, it was, just a pretty clean hockey game. That second period, it just brought a whole different momentum and change. But as you mentioned, Parker Roars has been playing really good this season. He was a big reason of keeping Dickinson in striking distance that entire part of the game. But the big thing for me tonight, and I guess it's kind of been the storyline of the season, it's Dickinson's kind of struggles on the man advantage. I mean, especially when it comes down to games that you keep close. When you have opportunity after opportunity, you need to bury those power plays. I mean, it's one of those things where they played a good chunk of a period, was it second or third period of that game last week, on the man advantage, just could not bury one. And you just knew if they would bury one, maybe that momentum would really just turn in their favor, and who knows, the outcome could have been different.
Yeah, absolutely. Special teams is so crucial, especially the back half of the season, especially in playoffs. And we're kind of getting to that playoff type mentality right now. Your special teams has to deliver. They need their big guys to show up and be able to make some plays. I know I did the last game when they were here, played Century at a 1-goal loss, and to me their power play just wasn't quite clicking. They got to find a way to generate, if they're not going to generate the goals, they got to generate the scoring chances and build momentum off of that so they can build other parts of their game.
Yeah, if you look at the statistics, I mean, from the last game of these two, and again, last Tuesday, the shots were almost dead even. Legacy outshot them 27-26, despite Dickinson having more shots than Legacy in the first and the third period. It was that second period that just shifted the shot total over to Legacy. But then you look at the power plays. Dickinson was 0 for 4 compared to Legacy's 0 for 1. So even though maybe Dickinson played a little cleaner, it was just one of those things where they just could not quite bury that extra man goal and maybe affected a little bit of that outcome of the game.
Yep, and I think for me, your power play's clicking. You got crisp passes. You're making, I always make my baseball analogies, even though I stink at baseball. But you got to hit singles out there. Make one good, simple play, make another one, get on base, and then you start to build things up for kind of the big play. So I think for them, you got to be crisp. You got to complete your passes on a consistent basis so you can at least generate some of that zone time with puck possession. But this one's interesting. You got a dangerous kind of Ryland Miller. They lean on him for quite a bit of offense, but some of their younger guys starting to pick up pace. And Aiden Emmer, Colin Bolts, guys like that that have been contributing throughout the year a little bit offensively. So this one's going to be interesting for me. I think if Legacy can come out, play their game, and capitalize early, I think they could run away with it. I think the key for Dickinson, you got to keep it tight, especially through that first period. Keep it close, and then you kind of hopefully can squeak one past, I would say, a little bit higher powered Legacy group.
Yeah, and I feel like from that game they played just earlier, it's one of those things. It was zone entry was kind of a big kind of momentum thing with them. In that first period, they were able to kind of see their blue liners that have so much talent, a Case and Grohl, a Caden Cheddar that have so much speed, be able just to bring that puck in on themselves, coast to coast and set up that offense, clean zone entry from the defense. But once they tried to dump and chase and stuff like that, it just was not working. Legacy was just too hard on pucks. They would win the puck races, and that's kind of where that second period kind of really tipped towards Legacy, where Dickinson kind of went away with having their defensemen carry the puck in and went in heavy in that chip and chase, and it kind of tilted it into Legacy. Dickinson tried to find that momentum and their identity back in the third. It was just a little too late.
Yeah, but I think any team, you want to have possession coming into the zone. You want possession on your zone entries if you can, but obviously it's not always there, so it's about advancing pucks, dumping pucks, but dumping them smartly. I always say, where are those pucks bouncing off the end wall so you're giving yourself a chance of possession? If you're dumping a puck and you got no chance to get it back, to me those are turnovers, and you got to have better puck placement so that you're allowing yourself to get your forecheck going and get that zone time in the open.
Well, again, that's going to be some keys to the game, and we'll continue to talk about that on the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show. But when we return, we're going to start diving into these two teams and start maybe talking even about some players to watch, some player spotlights in between the Mavericks and the Sabres when we return here on the pregame show.
Business for over 25 years, we've learned a lot about why local matters. Unlike those guys, we take pride in our work and back our tires with our Plus Plan guarantee to get the most out of your tire's lifespan.
Are the tires the same size on all the sides?
We strive to provide great value to our guests and lowest prices guaranteed.
That's not good.
Stop at a trusted tire and auto and get a set of tires from people you know and trust, and will even match those guys.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
At Badlands Pet Crematory, we understand that pets are family. Unlike other crematories in the area, we are the only dedicated pet crematory that offers private individual cremation. One pet at a time, 100% guaranteed. From start to finish, we personally handle your pet with the utmost care, ensuring that you receive only your pet in return. Choose Badlands Pet Crematory, because saying goodbye should come with certainty and trust.
Breathe in.
I can't believe I wrecked my car.
There's some things in life we can't control, but what's important is how we respond. At Jerome's Collision Center, they provide the highest quality of service, assuring the job gets done stress-free and making it feel like a breath of fresh air. And to give you peace of mind, they handle the insurance.
Are you even a therapist?
Don't worry about it. Jerome's, they're the experts. Jerome's.
Spas Etc. is excited to introduce the addition of the Master Spas line, including the Michael Phelps Swim Spas. Enjoy the relaxing health benefits and enjoy 0% financing up to 72 months or up to $5,000 off on all spas and swim spas. You'll also find $2,000 off the MSRP on all pools and saunas. Come check out the outstanding lineup of Master Spas at Spas Etc.
At Ryan Buick GMC, we treat every day like game day.
1.2-liter turbo engine, ultra-wide screen.
1.2-liter turbo engine, ultra-wide screen, on 2. Ready?
We know how to get you in the right vehicle.
Blue Canyons, and hut, hut.
From the test drive to the handoff, we make every step easy. This season, start your drive at Ryan Buick GMC.
Nobody thinks about personal injury until it happens. But when injury strikes, so will your bills and the turmoil and everything you'll miss out on. It's a mess and you need someone to help it all make sense. That someone is Schweigert, Clemene, and McBride. We know the territory and the process, and we work smart and hard to get you results. It's easier to get back to normal knowing there's a team behind you. We're the ones the other side doesn't want you to call. We're on your side. We're Schweigert, Clemene, and McBride.
Sometimes life gets messy, and accidents happen. Some days, even your best intentions turn into unexpected disasters. Other days, a little guesswork leads to a lot of cleanup. So when life gets messy, ServPro's ready. Call ServPro of Minot, Bismarck, or Williston today.
We want it all. We want our dog to fetch it.
Drop it.
And drop it.
Damn it.
We want to fix it ourselves. And actually fix it. We want to order the market price lobster. And know the market price of the lobster.
How much is... Whatever the market says.
Sadly, we can't have it all. Except at Sport Clips, where we check in with the pros in men's hair and totally check out with pure, uninterrupted relaxation. Sport Clips. It's a game changer.
Dad passed away. He was 63 years old and he passed away of a heart attack. At the urging of my wife, she had been asking for years that I get a heart screening. Dr. Mertz did not hesitate to order a test for me. Dr. Canver, there are 8 billion people in this world and there's only one person in the world that has held onto my heart physically, and that's Dr. Canver. It makes you know that if there is an issue, what better place is there to be?
It is about time here for this one as we get closer to puck drop. And as we do, let's meet some of your X factors here tonight, some key players, and let's start talking about the home team, Legacy Sabres. And there was a guy that had quite the week last week. His name was Isaac Jerome. Have yourself a week. Tuesday, picks up an assist in the win and is our Sports Clips MVP. Just played kind of the Energizer Bunny role every shift. He was on his game. Thursday versus Minot, 2 days later, he gets the game-winning goal and gives Minot their first loss inside the WTA. Then one more day later, Friday, he gets a goal and an assist. So three-game week for Legacy, and Isaac Jerome had a big week. I think 2 goals and 2 assists in 3 games.
Yeah, and I think Isaac Jerome is a key factor for Legacy being able to make a push as we kind of approach playoffs here. He's a really good, skilled player. I was just talking to Coach Davison this afternoon of Legacy, and he just says he's really impressed with kind of like the full 200-foot game of Isaac Jerome. Brings a lot to the table. Maybe he doesn't have the point totals that you're seeing out of Johnson, Garley, and Beckham, Presley, McKay, but he's just bringing a lot to the table, and I think getting hot the second half of the season here. So to me, he's the X factor for Legacy on being able to kind of be standing at the top at the end of the year.
I know, and I know we've done that Century game. I know maybe not quite, but they're very similar to kind of like what Emerson Astle kind of brings. In my opinion, they play this kind of full 200-foot game, and they never take a shift off. And you got some players on Dickinson's side too, like Dylan Gross. I kind of think of that kind of similar player to them. Or maybe they're not going to produce a ton of points, but they're going to be able to affect the game in different ways. And Isaac Jerome is now starting to see those points start to produce. And that second line to me was probably the best line on the ice last Tuesday when these two teams met on either side. So keep an eye there on Isaac Jerome with his line of Kyler Renz as well as Cooper Schwann to try to have a big impact in tonight's contest.
Yep, and I'm excited to see him play. He's going to be a difference maker for Legacy here the last part of the season.
But going in, and you're talking about their top 3 in scoring. Harrison Johnson, 38 points. That is top in the WDA, second in the state. Ben Garley, he's got 29 points, and that's third in the WDA. It's tied for 8th in the state, and then then 4th in WDA is Beckham Presley McKay with 27 points. So they have 1st, 2nd, and 4th in points inside the Western region. Just broke up by Heath Frickman, who's 3rd out of Century.
Yep, and I think what's the hardest thing to do in hockey? It's score goals. And they got 3 guys right there that are doing a lot of it this season. They need him to keep it up. I think the key for them is, can they play that full, complete game, playing hard in their own zone? Even just chatting with Coach Davis, and you get to playoffs, you're so keyed on, you got to be able to contribute, not just on the score sheet, which they've been able to do, fortunate for Legacy, but then if they can kind of round out their game and play super hard all over the ice, I think they're going to be the scariest team to play at the WDA tournament.
Now let's head on over to Dickinson in our player spotlight. Going on the goalie, standing tall in net, Parker Roars. This year, 3 wins on the year, 2.75 goals against average, but a 9.21 save percentage. I was told, especially in high school, anything better than 90%, giving your team a chance. He's exceeded expectations there in his first year as the starter. Had a big week last week, 9.26 against Legacy, and then against Hazen came off the bench. And when he did that, perfect 26 for 26, helping them get back in that game and win it against the North Stars.
Yep, and I think, I chatted with Parker before the season started this year, and I think the key, I know he was coming into the season and wanted to have a big year. One of the things I talked to him about, just be focused on, just go win your first game, and I think he's been super focused this year. I think the starting goalie was up for grabs kind of at the start of the year with Aaron Olson being injured, but he has stepped up and being, I would just say, a big-time difference maker for the Dickinson group.
Let's take a head on over to tonight's national anthem here inside the VFW Sports Center. Was tonight's national anthem brought to us by the Legacy Band. When we come back, puck drop between Dickinson and Legacy coming your way on the PSP Network.
I can't believe I wrecked my car.
There are some things in life we can't control, but what's important is how we respond. At Jerome's Collision Center, they provide the highest quality of service, assuring the job gets done stress-free and making it feel like a breath of fresh air. And to give you peace of mind, they handle the insurance.
Are you even a therapist?
Don't worry about it. Jerome's, they're the experts. Jerome's.
Welcome back in. We're ready for puck drop. I'm Brock Widener, joined alongside me Mario Lamoureux as Dickinson taking on Legacy. It was a 2-0 Legacy win last Tuesday against Dickinson. But Legacy had quite the gauntlet last week. Did it pay dividends for them, or was it a little bit too much? We'll have to see how they react this week. They had a very physical game on Tuesday against Dickinson. Then you had to play the top team in the West Region just 2 days later. And then you had to play arguably one of the best goaltenders on Friday against Jamestown. 3 tough games in 4 days. Quite the gauntlet. And even when you look back at goaltending, Roars, Richardson, as well as Hansen, those might be the 3 toughest goaltenders in the conference, and Legacy had to play all 3 of them in 4 days.
And that's a hard thing, and you got road games in there as well, so that's another little bonus for them that kind of wears down. 3 games in 4 days is not easy, especially when you got kids in school during that week, so they were able to come out with a couple wins.
And they'll feed it up. Here comes Rylan Miller. First chance going to Dickinson, but Crumwitty deny him, showing out the shrug of the shoulder. Dickinson. Last week, they came out of the gate swinging every single period. Last Tuesday in Dickinson, they won the first 2 minutes of play each and every period, seeing if they can do that again here tonight against that common opponent. But here's Kyler Renz, who netted a goal against Dickinson last week. He's denied by Roars here to start tonight.
Renz is another player Legacy really needs to rely on to kind of like take a big step up. You can see he's got flashes of being a big difference maker in the lineup. So, and he's a guy with a real heavy shot. So if he can kind of capitalize on the looks that he gets throughout the game, that's another bonus for Legacy.
And he's one of their young kids too, just a sophomore is Kyler Renz. Quite the season. He's having 5 goals so far this year. Spillman in front of his own net, little snapshot that's blocked up in front. Getting a piece of that one, or should I say all of that one, was Thomas Miller. Good to see Thomas Miller back in the lineup, one of those few seniors. I don't see there's not a lot of seniors here on this Dickinson side. Only 2 of them have played the majority of the varsity season, with Thomas Miller playing a couple games here and there.
And Chad Miller, really, he was a guy that he really missed when he was hurt for a stretch there, because he thought he was a guy that would really kind of surprised them at the start of the year. So I think they're really happy to have him back in the lineup.
Yeah, early on in the season, him and Max Davis really gelled well in the first kind of week or two on a line together. See if they try to maybe eventually try to get them back on the same page, as Davis' first game back was last week. Little jousting there in front of the Dickinson bench, but both players will go their respective ways. It was the 11s on both sides, Betsy Vilas and Max Rude. Sent back around. Taken there by Cheddar. Caden Cheddar had a goal on Tuesday, but it was taken away and off the scoreboard after coincidental minors wiped it out. As Johnson fires one, just getting the blocker on that one as Roars. Shot blocked up in front. And a shot there from Carter Hoon, again on the first line pairing defenseman. Him and Raschke, a pair of sophomores that have looked really good on the blue line this year.
They played together a lot. I had them on their team when they were about 9 years old, and I had them as D partners then, so it's fun to see them out at the high school level playing together.
Well, you can definitely see the chemistry. Playing since 9 years old makes sense for how those two play, especially on the same line, but they play a lot older than sophomores.
Yeah, both difference makers this year for them.
Played on forward, as shoved into the board is Tatum Strader. Strader, a junior that's been able to find some point production this year, 10 points on the year, but here comes Legacy. It's their top line. Beckham, Presley, McKay, Sills in, but there is an offsides. Looks like Garley jumped the gun a bit.
Yeah, and you could see Garley was really pushing if I think it was Beckham, Presley, McKay there. Didn't have it set up early enough. I think I got that right. But yeah, if he could just kind of laid that one in there for him, Garley was going with a burst of speed.
Garley did not play in the loss on Friday against Jamestown, at least from box score watching, was not in on that look, but looks like they got him back in this one, and he's one of those players that they love to see in that first line.
You got the Jimmy's flu, maybe.
Maybe, who knows? But that first line is one of the best here in the state of North Dakota and inside the WDA. Here comes Dylan Gross. Gross, he's shoved down hard, and he's one of those players, high effort, but he's also maybe in that little bit of that instigator. He likes to rile you up. Him and Isaac Jerome butted heads throughout the entire contest last week. See if they meet here early on tonight.
You got to bring, what are you bringing to the table? If you're not scoring goals, what kind of attributes are you bringing to your team to help them win? You know, drawing penalties, playing with energy. There's all sorts of things you can do other than scoring that can be effective for a team winning a game.
And those two players have a very kind of similar kind of mindset when it comes to how they play, just hard-nosed hockey. It's always kind of the old saying with players like that. Those are the players you love to have on your team, maybe not on the team you play. And there's a nice little driving play, but kicked away by Roars. Renz feeds it on to Schwann, tries to backhand one towards Jerome. Cheddar cannot quite clear. Schwann keeps it in. Renz chips it off the board. Schwann on patrol.
That second line really effective there. A couple really nice scoring chances. A lot of nice plays in the offensive zone.
Miller advances it. Looks for Colin Bolts. But pushing down back on it is Blaze Miller. Bolts gets chipped. A little chip shot there for Miller. He checks him down and now advances the puck. A nice find. Driving through hard to the net is Madison. The senior goes all the way back down the boards, and now he'll leave it across right where he came from. Rude looks for the wraparound, not there, leaves it to the blue line, catch and shoot. Initial save by Roars, give it a double save as Madison tried to jam it home again. Hoon leaves it on. Lots of traffic up front on the snapshot from Xander. Turning as he fires a shot. He's the only new change to the lineup. All the lines stayed the exact same, except they bring in Turning on that bottom pairing defense instead of Esslinger since the last time they played each other.
And Turning's an attractive addition for Legacy for me. He's a big body. He's got a heavy shot. If he can just do all the little things, just do all those simple things really well, he can be super effective. Doesn't have to do anything crazy, but just give them Legacy good minutes throughout the game.
Roars with a nice little showing of the leg there. Somehow kicks that one away as here comes the first line for Legacy. They're going to try to ramp up the pressure here. Streeter does a great job of pinning away Johnson. Active stick for Garley, almost gets it back before Emmerd advances up towards the Streeter. Some contact there with the referee, but it looks like it will be corralled by Raschke. He's pressured by Gross. Trying to get out of the area, and here comes Beckham Presley McKay. It's in a 2-on-0. He centers a feed. Garley denied by Roars. What a save.
You talk about difference-making saves. You have a 2-on-0 and Parker Roars comes across and keeping this game at even. That is an unbelievable save.
Not only a 2-on-0, but a 2-on-0 with arguably two of the top 4 players inside the WDA, at least point production-wise, and Roars shuts them down. For Legacy, you really couldn't draw it anything better. It was just Roars outstanding.
Yep, and that's what they need out of them. You're able to keep this game at zeros at the start, even after Legacy's gotten 3 or 4 good looks already. Jerome, really nice chance on a rush the shift before, so Dickinson's got to tighten it up a little bit, but they're fortunate to have Parker Roars staying hot so far.
Thomas Miller going to take the face-off draw. He'll go up against Kyler Renz, and kind of a slow draw there, and they'll retry that one. Not sure if they'll give Renz the boot, and yes, they will. So Isaac Jerome will come in. Quite the tie-up. Max Davis comes bolting in. He'll jab that one. Nice feed by Spillman. Centers it forward. Spillman still right there in the crease trying to whack at it. Before finally cleared out. Here's the second line on the other end. Schwann centers it to Jerome and Roars again. Pokes that one in the corner. Before Isaac Jerome nets one in. He continues after a big week last week. He puts him up 1-0 tonight.
What a goal. Just good patience with the puck coming out of the corner. Makes a good one-on-one move. And then just a heck of a shot there. I'm not sure if Roars got eyes on that puck, but Jerome staying hot and sneaks that one in.
Isaac Jerome, look at that far side, and man, just rifles one.
That's an elite shot right there.
Exactly what Legacy wants to see. The first line started off just red hot this season, but then you knew they had that depth. But what kind of depth did they have, and what was really a really good depth with that second and third line? Well, now their top 2 lines are incredible, and their third line still's producing too. I mean, Madison's got 6 goals. Rude plays a really good game, and just the depth of this team is insane. 3 really quality lines, and even their fourth line, when their numbers are called, can make an impact too.
Yep, and I think that's a big for him. Like a Max Johnson comes in after Liam Strebel gets injured. He'll be out for a little while. I mean, you got to have guys that step up, and he's stepped in, done a good job.
I mean, if we talk about the depth, but you even talk about, Jaden Esslinger, he's a pretty good defenseman. He's kind of one of those rotational guys, him and Turning. I mean, some of the defenders with that defending depth don't play every night, but when they do, they're there for their Legacy team and play some good minutes. So, again, just continue to roll it out. All 4 lines and all 3 defensive pairings for Legacy this season. But Jerome with a beautiful shot. Here comes Johnson, almost gifted one right on a silver platter. Now he tries to center to Garley, getting his stick in the way there and getting it out of danger zone is Connor Robidoux. Beckham Presley McKay, a little quick touch. Here comes Johnson slicing through to the forehand. He puts it in. Harrison Johnson, the captain, makes it 2-0 Legacy.
There's a reason he's the top scorer in the WDA, and that's it right there.
And what a pass and setup there from Beckham Presley McKay, going to get that assist.
Well, you talk about that patience with the puck, drawing. You see how Beckham Presley McKay draws the defender to him and then dishes it to Harrison Johnson steaming through. As Harrison's mom would say, nice goal, H.E. Poo.
Great setup and Legacy going up early. And Legacy's just right now relentless. As we said, these two teams played each other exactly a week ago. Shots were 27-26 in that game. Right now the shots are 11-1. Legacy has tilted the ice in their favor, and they have poured it on Roars. And for Dickinson, I know you don't want to say you never want to go down 2 goals early, but you're still lucky you got Roars in the net because it could be a lot more than 2.
Well, right now it could be. There's been a lot of quality chances, and I think if you're Legacy, this is exactly what you wanted. Let's come out. We know we got the firepower. Let's capitalize early. When you have those games, maybe where you're outplaying a team, but you can't get on the scoreboard, those games can be a little bit scary for the team outplaying the other team. But yeah, they come out, they've capitalized. That's exactly what they would want to do, obviously.
Edwards shoved to the board there by Schwann, and Renz comes out of the pile with it. Kyler Renz going to take a long turn. He's pushed there down by Case and Grohl can't quite tame it down. It goes right back on Renz. Gets up at the right time, centers a feed to Jerome, who's got the first goal tonight. Yeah, he'll saucer one. Nice find. Roars just gets a piece of the shot from Aiden Zander.
The puck recoveries from Legacy are just outstanding right now. There's a loose puck, maybe off a rebound. They're getting to it. They got good active sticks, creating tons of turnovers. Again, right there. So they got to just keep that up, and they'll keep maintaining possession.
As Jerome waits for it patiently, feeds it out to Rude just behind him. He goes all the way down the ice before being picked up by Blaze Miller. Miller, quick feed up to Johnson. He knew he was going to get checked, so he's going to feed that one down the boards. Johnson to Miller on the back and reels it in, keeps it in on the blue line. Rude gets driven into the net, or into the boards. Tough angle shot. Quick touch pass. Here comes Miller inching in. Roars with another save. Spillman was trying to block the shot, just could not quit there in time. As Bolts will block a shot. Now he'll try to go the other direction. Weaves around Brody Berger. Bolts pushed off the puck before Robidoux will seal it in for Dickinson. Trying to set something up. Only one shot thus far for DHS. Miller's trying to center a feed. Poked back deep, though, by Crumwitty. Johnson, he takes a hit from Cheddar. Spillman tries to box out the defender, but it's Johnson come away with the puck. Harrison Johnson, strong start for his game. Caden Cheddar, the speedy defenseman, tries a backdoor find to Miller, not going to make its way there. Quickly, sharply hit down there as Presley McKay now wins the race. Half spin by Grohl. Grohl still working to try to get that out. We'll get some help from Streeter, and he will. Here comes Dylan Gross. High effort player trying to beat that out. Cannot quite win the race. Legacy regains possession as of now. Pot out of the air by Miller. Advances it past his teammate, Rylan Miller. He's got Streeter with him on a 2-on-2. Tries to center it to Streeter, but he was all tied up with guess who? Isaac Jerome making an impact on the defensive side of things. Streeter backhands one just wide. Streeter tries to jam one home, saved by Crumwitty. Jerome, he's got Presley McKay with them, steered just wide. Miller keeping it, firing that one high off the glass. Stays in play. Wren slows it up to Jerome. Cannot quite hold on to it. Gross works it right to the Bobcat logo at center ice with 5:40 remaining. Slicing through his Wrens. Save there, just not able to pull the trigger, one or the other. Miller keeps it in the zone. Plays it down to Jerome, who's been out there for a while. At least it feels like that. Miller's shot is blocked. Blocked by Frankie Montoya. One of those blue-collar players. Montoya comes away with the steal. Betsy Vilas almost had one gifted. Cheddar keeps it in for now. Loose puck. Renz racing forward. Poke checked away by Roars.
Kyler Renz having a really nice first period here, creating turnovers, some nice chances, just about buried there in the first half of that shift. But yeah, really effective period by him so far.
Mario, what a tempo change here in the last couple minutes.
Dickinson had one shift where they got a couple looks, but like it's been all legacy so far. Just hard on pucks, their pass completion to me looks dialed in, and that's been a big reason they've been able to kind of complete some of these plays.
Rude leaves it back for Johnson, who joins the play late. Johnson drives it in, hits the side of the net. Peeled back out by Madison, and that's going to get out of the zone and into the neutral zone with 4:25 left on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. As Legacy leads 2-0 here tonight. That was the score that was the final score when these two teams met each other last week for the first time. It's 2-0 Legacy and Dickinson. Legacy's offense, though, playing on another level here tonight. Raschke fires a shot. That one up and over the net. Roars was going to get on his tippy toes just to try to deflect that one wide. Emmer trying to get away from Johnson. He'll hit the brakes. Yeah, he'll get it back. Johnson hot on the trails. Sharp shot as Emmerd hits the deck.
Dickinson just cannot get clears with the pressure that Legacy's bringing. They're kind of rimming pucks out, and Legacy, good anticipation, just being able to hold blue lines and keep pucks alive in the offensive zone. But they're buzzing on all cylinders right now. If I'm Coach Farragher and Coach Davison, Coach Kautzman in there, I got to feel that they're feeling really good about the way their team's performing right now.
It has been a strong start there for Legacy, and there you see that coaching staff.
Is there a better-looking coaching staff? Look at that's just outstanding.
You know they're going to be grinning ear to ear after that first period, too.
Hey, I take those compliments all day. Anything after 35, you can get those. It feels great.
Johnson, he'll shoot that one clear. Gets into the corner, but Johnson, I mean, he's playing on a great level here tonight. Little back pass. Let's pass out to Bresley McKay. Back to Johnson it goes. Trying to center one out to Garley. Hits off of a Maverick skate and sent down the ice by Miller. Dylan Gross gets a nice little bobble to go his way. He fires that one wide. Streeter and Gross, hard shift, finding it to Miller, and he nets it in. Gross with a perfect find. Miller brings it within one.
That's a big goal by Miller. You need your top players to step up and get you back in the game. Costly turnover down in the corner, what seemed to be kind of like an uncontested play, turnover, and then it's in the back of your net. So that's a big goal for Dickinson, who hasn't had much going so far.
I know Rylan Miller will get credit with that goal, but you got to tip the cap out to Tatum, Streeter, and Dylan Gross. Get it in the dirty areas, getting that puck, and then saying, hey, you're the playmaker, go make a play for Rylan Miller. Their leading point producer is 7th on the season.
And Rylan Miller has probably one of the sneakiest hard shots out in the West region. It's just kind of unassuming, but he can really whip it.
So despite only having 3 shots on net, Dickinson picking up a goal and bringing it within 1. After this has been an all-Legacy first period, Chad Miller has got to be happy with that one and seeing if they can try to tie this one up or at least just keep this 1-goal gap headed in to the first intermission.
Well, to me, that would be a big bonus for Dickinson. Hey, we didn't have a great period. We got outplayed, but it's a 1-goal game. You're right there. To me, that's, with how things have gone in the first period, I'd be happy if you can finish the period here only down 1.
Going back with its case and Grohl. Grohl, 3 different white jerseys. Going to rip that one away from him. Carter Madison. Allow that one to get to Bo Raschke now. Snapshot, that one high off the glass. Madison, this third line, ramping up the pressure. Battle for the puck in the far corner. Grohl seeing if he can masterfully pull that one away. He does, but cannot quite clear it. Berger gets a bouncing puck just wide of Roars. Raschke likes to play it down to Johnson. He skates forward, fires a shot in the glove of Roars.
And that was an important shift. Legacy, let's come back. Let's reestablish the pressure that we had. You know, so it would be big for Legacy. Hey, let's pop one in here before the end of the period and kind of like build off that momentum. Because right now it's that dangerous game of, hey, we're really outplaying it, but it's still close. So this would be a big shift for Legacy.
Face-off won by Dickinson. Caden Cheddar hits the brakes. Now he'll hit him again. He'll spin around Johnson. Now he's got to try to get away. Presley McKay. Legacy's just hard on pucks right now. It doesn't matter which direction you turn. There's always seems like there's a white jersey.
And it's that second puck that they're getting, that second guy that's getting in there quick. They got that first guy creating the pressure, but that second guy, boom, right in there when the turnover's there to get possession right away. Again, right there again.
Benares gets it out of the pressure situation there, but a slow roller. Seems as Emmer on the defense there, and he stopped out by Roars.
And the big part about forechecking is your first guy in, your job is to create the turnover. Maybe not necessarily get the puck all the time, but it's your second and third guys that have to make reads, and we got to get to that turnover or that maybe thrown puck. We got to get there first instead of the defender.
Miller tries to keep it in. It does go into the neutral zone, but he'll fire back into the Dickinson side. Grohl extension out to Bolts. Bolts going to play it forward. He's going to see if he can win the race, but Miller doing a really good job of boxing him out. Played off the glass, batted down by Johnson with 30 seconds. He'll try to lead the charge once more for Legacy. Finds it to Garley. And that goes right into the netting off of Garley with 25 seconds, and it looks like coaching staff going to elect to send out that second line to close out period number one. So Renz, Jerome, and Swan will see if they can come up with something here in the last 25 seconds. Dickinson, though, wins the draw. Taken back, though, by Cooper Swan. Centers a feed to Jerome. Dylan Gross, though, gets behind him and just forces him not to be able to pull the trigger. 13 seconds left here in the first period. Renz' pass gets past the blue line. Hustle effort for Rylan Miller. 5 seconds left. And that will do it for the first period of play as Legacy flexes their muscles early, starts dominating the play, but Dickinson gets a late goal back to pull within one and pull within striking distance at the end of one as Legacy leads 2-1 as we head into the first part of the Charbonneau Car Center intermission show.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your trusted partner for commercial and business loans. We not only provide lending you need to grow your business, but we also reinvest in our communities. We believe in strengthening our businesses and creating opportunities for success. Choose Dakota Community Bank and Trust for your commercial and business loans, and together let's keep our communities thriving.
Serving the community, looking out for you. At Dakota Community Bank and Trust, that's what we do.
Planning Planning for the future is difficult, but pre-planning your funeral is a thoughtful way to ease the burden on your loved ones. At Dickinson Funeral Home, our compassionate team will help you create a personalized plan that reflects your values. We'll make sure that your wishes are honored and that your family will have peace of mind in a challenging time. Call us today to start your pre-planning journey. You can count on us to be with you every step of the way. Dickinson Funeral Home.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, your family.
Our stylists are trained to understand the nuances of cutting men's hair. Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany?
Square face, wavy hair.
Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with a hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move? It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit all. 7. Pressure. Point. Yeah.
It takes expertise to be a sport clip stylist.
Here?
That's the spot. Right there, huh?
Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FINRA Civic. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors, LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors, LLC, and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Planning for the future is difficult, but pre-planning your funeral is a thoughtful way to ease the burden on your loved ones. At Dickinson Funeral Home, our compassionate team will help you create a personalized plan that reflects your values. We'll make sure that your wishes are honored and that your family will have peace of mind in a challenging time. Call us today to start your pre-planning journey. You can count on us to be with you every step of the way. Dickinson Funeral Home.
We started with small beginnings. And just like the visionary entrepreneurs we serve, we turned an idea into reality. Today, we give you the power to grow your ideas by building meaningful relationships in the communities we serve. because it's the same place we started. BNC National Bank, where possibilities begin right here at home.
For the first 17 minutes of play, Legacy, they had a whole bunch of pressure on Parker Orrs and the Dickinson side. They net 2 goals, and that's good enough to put them up 2-1. But for Dickinson, a good period for them, at least in the sense of, hey, they're still in this game. It was a tough period that saw the puck on their own end, but they get a nice little timely goal there at the end to pull within 1.
Yep, if I'm Dickinson, I don't like the period coming from a coach perspective. I like the result of it based on how the period went. Hey, we're still in striking distance. It's a 1-goal game. You never know what can happen. But overall, like their level of play, I thought Legacy was all over them for pretty much the whole period. They easily could have had 3, 4, 5 goals if Parker Orrs didn't stand on his head, and he's given them a chance to stay in this game, much like we talked about in the pregame, him giving them, kind of keeping his team in a lot of these games.
Yeah, we'll have the highlights rolling for you, and early on, I mean, Roars made some spectacular plays here early on in net. There you see one, able to kind of go spread eagle and kick that one aside, but eventually Legacy's pressure would just be too much. Here comes back and Preston McKay. He tries to center one down to Garley. Roars makes another great save and keeps it still a stalemate of a game. But as we mentioned, just eventually it's just going to start going the way, and it's Cooper Swan who sets it up to Jerome. He's denied by Roars, cannot quite get by Roars just yet, but it just continued to know it was going to be about time, and there it was. Isaac Jerome just rifles one to make it 1-0.
Yeah, but you talk about that second line coming out and producing. Isaac Jerome playing big, makes a big-time play there, and he had a great first period.
Didn't take long after as Legacy getting more opportunities. Roars makes a save here, but eventually, just 10 seconds after that save, here comes Harrison Johnson, switches to the forehand and tucks that one home 2-0. And there's a reason why he's the top point getter in the West, in the WDA, and number 2 inside the state. He's a good hockey player, that's for sure.
Yeah, but just a smart player, makes so many little plays all over the ice. Plays hard, plays with his heart on his sleeve. That's what I love about him. And he made a big-time play there, and he's obviously been a big-time difference maker, not just for his team, but difference maker in the region.
Talked about Roars keeping him in it. Here comes Jerome again, centers a feed, and it's another save by Roars, and Dickinson would try to grind out a goal. It was Streeter that pulls it out. Gross finds Rylan Miller, and just like that, Dickinson makes it a 1-goal hockey game through the first 17 minutes of play. And as we kind of talked about early on so far, I mean, it was very Legacy dominant, very Legacy heavy, but for Dickinson and Chad Miller's team, just finding a way to stay alive in this game. I mean, big thanks out to Parker Orrs for them. But other than that, I mean, just a grindy effort there by that first line crew of Gross and Streeter to set up, again, one of their dynamic players in Miller.
Well, if you're Dickinson, you got to be opportunistic. You might not get a ton of chances, but you do need to bury what you have. It's not easy to be Crumweedy at the other end, not getting a lot of action. It's hard to get into the flow of the game, so he takes a grade 8 chance almost inside the hash marks there that kind of gets past him. So it's not an easy game for a goalie to stay in, and Dickinson needs to continue to be opportunistic because it might not be a ton of looks that they're going to get.
And for them, they were. I mean, they just took off a shot from Dickinson at the end of the first period. So Dickinson only had 2 shots in the first period, and they scored on 1. So not a bad percentage for them. But for Chad Miller, I think he wants to maybe see that frequency go up. But, hey, maybe he wants to see that percentage stay the same.
Yep, absolutely. And I think if you're Chad Miller, you're saying, hey, we'll take it with how it went. But they got to find a way to try to get some pucks in Legacy zone, get to second pucks a little bit faster. Hey, if we're going to be in a position to dump the puck, are we going to get there first? Are we going to give ourselves a chance to kind of keep ozone pressure? So to me, they got to get going a little bit, but you're still in a good position to stay in the game.
So 1-goal game through 1 here on the Charbonneau Car Center intermission show. When we come back, we will get you ready for the second period when we return here on the PSP Network.
Being in business for over 25 years, we've learned a lot about why local matters. Unlike those guys, we take pride in our work and back our tires with our Plus Plan guarantee to get the most out of your tire's lifespan.
Are the tires the same size on all the sides?
We strive to provide great value to our guests and lowest prices guaranteed.
That's not good.
Stop at a trusted tire and auto and get a set of tires from people you know and trust, and will even match those guys.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change-anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
At Badlands Pet Crematory, we understand that pets are family. Unlike other crematories in the area, we are the only dedicated pet crematory that offers private individual cremation. One pet at a time, 100% guaranteed. From start to finish, we personally handle your pet with the utmost care, ensuring that you receive only your pet in return. Choose Badlands Pet Crematory, because saying goodbye should come with certainty and trust.
Our initial reaction when we realized he had 2 broken bones was fear. Then once we realized and got a plan with Trinity and our doctor, a lot of comfort.
He told me that he can fix my arm, and he showed me a lot of stuff that he could do to help me.
Trinity Health Orthopedics is as good as you can find anywhere in the country. A lot of us take pride in that, and that's why we stay here and we keep doing what we do.
Trinity Health, making more possible.
Planning for the future is difficult, but pre-planning your funeral is a thoughtful way to ease the burden on your loved ones. At Stevenson Funeral Home, our compassionate team will help you create a personalized plan that reflects your values. We'll make sure that your wishes are honored and that your family will have peace of mind in a challenging time. Call us today to start your pre-planning journey. You can count on us to be with you every step of the way. Stevenson Funeral Home.
Breathe in.
I can't believe I wrecked my car.
There's some things in life we can't control, but what's important is how we respond. At Jerome's Collision Center, they provide the highest quality of service, assuring the job gets done stress-free and making it feel like a breath of fresh air. And to give you peace of mind, they handle the insurance.
Are you even a therapist?
Don't worry about it. Jerome's, they're the experts. Jerome's.
Spas Etc. is excited to introduce the addition of the Master Spas line, including the Michael Phelps Swim Spas. Enjoy the relaxing health benefits and enjoy 0% financing up to 72 months or up to $5,000 off on all spas and swim spas. You'll also find $2,000 off the MSRP on all pools and saunas. Come check out the outstanding lineup of Master Spas at Spas Etc.
Get ready for the second period of play. Big thanks out to Charbon Oak Car Center for bringing us the intermission show. Charbon Oak Car Center, the Ojo drivers in Dickinson, New England, Richardson, Belfield, Wilson, North Dakota, and Glendive, Montana. Work hard, play hard, need a car that can keep up. That's why they choose to offer Buick, GMC, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram to line up their dealership in Dickinson. If you're interested in learning more, stop in their showrooms and treat yourself to a test drive. Visit them online at charbonmotors.com. Well, big week this week on the PSP Network. Already a couple games done here today. Got a lot of girls basketball, or a lot of doubleheader hoops here tonight, as well as some hockey. Williston Minot girls. Wilson won 9-1, and we also right in the VFW Legacy Bismarck defeated Dickinson in girls play 6-2. If you're a hockey fan, we also got Botno Rugby and Minot going on. Nick Holtberg on the call there in the Magic City. If you're a basketball fan, a ton of WDA hoops going on here tonight as well, and always fun when you get to this time of year because it is just always just a game after game after game after game.
Well, and teams jockeying for a position, and you get to that WDA tournament, which in my opinion is just a great event. Really enjoyed being part of it on the coaching side. Got to help up in the broadcast booth at WDA out in Minot last year. Just a fun tournament, a lot of action all day long. You got upsets, you got teams delivering, and sometimes you just never know what's going to happen. That makes it real exciting.
The fun thing is we've still got about a month to go to that, so it's just, hey, the standings can change a lot until that point.
Absolutely.
As Legacy picking up right where they left off after a strong performance out shooting Dickinson 14-2 in shots in period number 1.
You can look how quick Legacy is. Puck gets rimmed around, they're right on it. Like Dickinson just doesn't have room to breathe when they get that puck. Legacy's just right in their face immediately.
Robidou was pickpocketed, kept in by Miller. Rylan Miller was all over him. Now Rylan Miller trying to see if he can slow down Raschke. He'll get some help from Streeter, but Raschke stays on the puck. Quick little line change here for Legacy, getting that second unit that has been producing at another level here the last couple of weeks for Legacy. Miller with a little touch to Dylan Groves. He'll quickly backhand that one into the corner. Groves trying to lay the hammer. Renz works it up to Jerome. He had a huge week last week and starts this week out with a goal that put Legacy up 1-0 to start this game. Renz. He had a goal against Dickinson last week. Plays it to Miller, fires a shot, and that one slingshots high into the rafters.
Yeah, if you're Legacy, hey, how do we reestablish what we did in that first period? And they've come out with 2 shifts. Good possession, getting some looks, getting hard to pucks, and just making it tough for Dickinson to find any momentum anywhere on the ice.
True North Dakota original Bones barbecue sauce, created and bottled right here in North Dakota. Premium barbecue sauce, perfect on anything from burgers to veggies to even ribs. You find it today at the local grocery store, Cashwise Marketplace, and Family Fare. Josh Spillman checking down plays. Miller doing a good job pinning him up, trying to see if he could buy enough time for Bolts to get there. Bolts not quite there in time. Jerome stays on side. Plays it down to Rude. Rude spins and fires it along the boards. Cooper Swan on the case. Swan centers one. Some traffic inside the slot. Puck pushing in the near corner. Case and Grohl. He'll play it forward. Colin Bolt's going to take not one, but 2 peeks over his shoulder before playing it down deep. Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for a farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors are here to help you work towards achieving your financial goals. You can visit them online at planningteam.com. Face-off won by Legacy. Hoon plays it down to Johnson. Now working it down even more to Madison. Madison has it taken away. Rylan Miller, little dipsy doodle. Now works trying to win that puck back. Got Gross on the other end. Robidou did a good job of sealing his body along the boards. Keeping that in front of him. Forces to take the detour route of Legacy. High up, pod back down by Cheddar. Miller centers it to Cheddar. Could not quite get his stick in the proper spot there. Cheddar with a nice find to Streeter, but it pinballs off his stick right to Max Rude. Rude with a head of steam towards the end of his shift. Dumps it in. For Raschke. Reconvene right at the Bismarck Bobcat logo. He'll go for a line change. Harrison Johnson. Little poke to McKay. Opens up and over. Jamming it, trying to jam it home, but Rohr shuts the door. And a look there from Beckham Presley McKay. Him and Garley ramping up the pressure.
Yeah, and the second efforts from those guys to just keep pucks alive, fighting to get pucks to open guys. Just great efforts all over the ice.
Berger plays it along the board. Presley McKay waiting for it. He'll backhand it to Miller on the blue line. Miller shoveled along by Presley McKay. It's headed for Johnson on the near side. Johnson lodging it, allows enough time for Garley to play it to Berger. Sending along the boards. Miller shot off course. Loose puck played down by Cheddar, and it's going to steer just left of the net from our vantage point and go for an icing.
Yeah, and you can see just lots of puck possession in the offensive zone for Legacy, moving it up to their points. There's one thing, maybe their defensemen could get a little bit more mobile when they get those pucks to try and pull some of the, I guess, Dickinson's wingers out of position so they can get better shot lanes at the net.
Yeah, this is right now, at this point, a very different style of game than you saw last week between these two teams. Not as physical, nearly not as much physicality between these two teams, but wouldn't be surprised if it ramps up at some point. But it's just Legacy being relentless in the offensive zone. Swan plays it to Berger. Miller reels it back in. His shot deflects high, and it will hit into the netting.
Yeah, but you can see when Legacy moves it to the point, they're going D to D, and they're stationary. So to me, you're easy to kind of get in your shot lane as the winger. So what they should maybe adjust to do, hey, let's get a little bit more movement so we can receive it. We're making that winger move to get in our lane.
Schwann gets in the way, but it's poked away by Grohl. They've got numbers if they hurry. A 3-on-2. Grohl's just going to try to take advantage with a quick shot. That one steers to the near side. Thomas Miller, that one whistles high and wide. For being corralled by Jerome. Jerome going to wait for everyone to go in front of him now. He'll hit the gas pedal. Isaac Jerome goes off sides, and that will bring it back into the neutral zone with 12-10 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard.
The longer this stays a one-goal game, the more dangerous it gets for Legacy because you're not seeing a lot of action at the Legacy end. And I say this every time you got a team that's kind of tilting the play, it's hard to stay in the game as the goalie that's not getting a lot of action.
I mean, you saw that in that last period too. I mean, 2 shots in 17 minutes that Crumwoody had to be faced with, and that last one ends up sneaking by him.
Yeah, and I like Legacy's coming out strong through the first 5 minutes here, but they really got to capitalize on a chance.
5 minutes down here in the second period. Harrison Johnson. Might have heard you, Mario. Capitalize on the chance. He jumps at the opportunity to get that puck, plays it around to Raschke. Back to Johnson. Touch over to Presley McKay. Slings it out to Carter Hoon. Hoon to McKay. We'll go all the way around. Leave it on for Johnson. Saved by Roars. I'm not sure if they hit off this board or what, but a hard kind of noise over there. But either way, Roars keeps it out of the kitchen.
Yeah, I think it hit him in the pad. I'm not sure if there was a tip on it as it goes in, but Roars able to swallow up that puck.
Just more of a loud thud than you're normally used to hearing. Gross sends a nice little poke by Streeter, setting it up to Miller. Miller to Streeter. Oh, just off cue. But a good look there for Streeter. He set it up with the poke check. Here comes Johnson on the other end, finding it to Garley. Little one touch back to Johnson. Johnson going to lay in an extra hit on Grohl as Gross racing down the other end. Dylan Gross will lay the body on one of the bigger hits we've seen so far tonight, but Gross was the initiator. He probably took the most damage from that hit as well. As Gross plays it down, he'll go jump off for a line change, bringing Caleb Jansen on for his shift. Another hard-nosed player as poked away, and Madison steaming in. Carter Madison looking to see who's joining with him. Blaze Miller on the blue line. Turn and shoot for Berger. Roars makes the initial save, then they'll push it into the corner. Berger seals the edge, plays it in. The near side. Miller's shot. Deflection up front. Second attempt by Madison, just wide. They just keep it firing. Johnson lays it on to Miller. Shot is blocked. by Kason Grohl. Second effort, puck continuing to pinball in the zone before Grohl finally gets it out. Rylan Betchy-Velas plays in the neutral zone. And now Montoya will try to power that forward. Betchy-Velas gets another whack at it back into the zone. Miller, extension pass, stretch pass goes for an icing.
Yep, and Legacy doing a nice job as their forwards kind of climb the half wall in the offensive zone. They're doing a good job activating, whether it's down the wall, coming to walking across the blue line, just creating a little bit of movement, and that's really hard as a defending team when you got guys switching and maybe working scissor cycles all over the place. It's hard to defend because you don't know where your guy is.
Thomas Miller going up against Kyler Renz. Give it to Miller on the win as they'll play it down to Spillman. Spillman checked along the boards. Raschke takes it away. Cheddar tries to jump the route, and now Renz and Jerome find themselves on a 2-on-1. Miller trying to hustle back, him and Spillman do, and Spillman on the back check comes away with the puck. Cheddar fishes it out to Bolts. That one taken away by Renz. Pass off course, and it will go for an icing. Contact Farstead Oil today. Find out how their skilled sales team can help you achieve your wholesale fuel, lubricants, and DEF needs. Proudly serving North Dakota, Montana, Western Minnesota since 1938. Committed to outstanding customer service and reliability. Farstead Oil. .9:04 remaining here in the second period. So far, shots been limited for both teams. 2-0 here in second period shots. But big thing is Legacy has had a lot of shots, just not shots on goal. Dickinson getting in the way and helping Roars out as much as they can. Crumwitty sees that one, and he'll glove that one in for his first save of the second period.
Yeah, and Crumwitty's got to just do a really good job trying to stay focused, stay engaged in the game, because he's not seeing a lot right now. Not even any zone time in there, so quiet night for him. But let's, again, I've said it again, it's hard for a goalie to stay in those kind of games.
Hey, and you should know your brother was a pretty good goaltender too.
Yeah, he faced a lot of shots in the day. Actually, I played against him at the professional level, and I scored on him. So
hey, there you go.
Always like to throw that in there.
Something to always get a jab in at the Thanksgiving table or something like that.
Yep. I actually went against him in a shootout when we were both playing over in Europe, and I told my coach, if you don't put me in, I got no choice but to quit the team. So he put me in, and I scored. So
was it the game winner?
I think it was.
Hey, there you go.
Winner, so
here comes Kason Grohl. Grohl's got some help, fires a shot. Crumwood, just gets the shoulder on it. Grohl, relentless, plays it to Streeter, who baseball bat one out of the air. Streeter still working at it. Gross joins the play. Blue line shot. Ooh, hits a really awkward deflection. Garley hard pushing the board, but somehow kept his feet. Now he'll center a pass to Johnson, and Harrison Johnson nets his second.
Big time plays from big time players. Ben Garley, I love the second effort. Takes a hit, gets that puck. Great net drive from Beckham, Presley, McKay to kind of push those D back, and it opens the lane up for Harrison Johnson, and he does what he does. He puts the puck in the back of the net.
For 50 years, Ryan has been a trusted name for car buyers in Western North Dakota. Shop their entire inventory at driveryan.com. Visit one of their 5 locations in Minot and Williston. Oh, man. What a effort there by Garley. Let's see it again. Here it is. Garley shoved in the board, but somehow does not lose his footing. Keeps with the play. And then you also got to tip your cap to Johnson, of just finding that open spot in the ice, picking his spot, knowing, hey, Garley's going to give me that puck, and just buries his opportunity. 3-1 Legacy, picture perfect.
And that's a huge goal because Dickinson just had a couple looks at the other end. Again, you talk about it being a dangerous game for Legacy with how the game's been going, but that's a big goal for them. I think that'll get their confidence going. I think you'll see a boost in their energy, and I think you'll see a couple more pucks go in if they can maintain the pressure.
As Jansen lifts that one up. Well, it's a 2-goal lead for Legacy. Mario, I don't know if how you feel about it, but everyone always says a 2-goal lead's the worst lead in hockey. Do you agree with that or no?
Yeah, kind of. But it's kind of how you're approaching. Like, you get to this point, don't play safe. You play, I always say, play the way that gave you success. If that's being aggressive and staying hard on pucks and pinching on pucks when it's there, keep playing that way. Don't sit back and be passive. I think that's when teams get into troubles. They change what they were doing that made them play well.
Just getting too comfortable with that 2-goal lead?
Absolutely. Hey, we're safe, we're clean.
Here comes Cooper Swan. He's gifted one. He goes, and he just goes wide unless Roars gets a piece of it.
I think he got a piece of it.
By the clarification on the Dickinson bench, I think they knew he got a piece of it. They were making a loud noise there, and Berger falls down, so Miller had nothing to do other than just shoot the puck, and that one goes wide. Cheddar pickpocketed away as Swan tries to enter the zone, and now here comes a hard effort from Robidoux. Catching a deflection off the stanchion. Bechivilis, little half spin, trying to give himself some space. Robidoux pushing it into the direction of Spillman. Going down the ice, and they're going to say it's waved off, so it will stay in play. Emmerd now feeds it forward, off the boards, reeled in by Thomas Miller. Miller backhands one right into Harrison Johnson, who takes it away for Legacy. Jerome catches it well. Presley McKay sails in, backhand just wide. Miller to Spillman. Spillman rifling a shot, caught by Crumlitty. I've liked what I've seen from Josh Spillman this season, especially the more reps he gets. You can just tell how much more comfortable he is as the season goes. But here's a kid that gets a nice opportunity there for DHS.
Yeah, he's a guy they need to. You talk about guys being able to fill in roles and provide, something in different something to the team that does not necessarily scoring, but they need guys like that to step up in the lineup, be effective, physical. Maybe you're a good forechecker, try to be really solid defensively, and he's done some real positive things this season.
He was listed as a defenseman to start the season, and to start of the season he was a defenseman, but tonight playing more of a forward role, and he is not backed down whatsoever here tonight. As Johnson taken away. Like the players, though, you can see that can just flop from forward to defenseman. If you're a UND fan, what Dane Montgomery did a season ago, and I think that was kind of the big forefront. Played forward his almost entire life and then played defenseman a year, and now he's playing defense in the pros.
Which is crazy to do that at that level is really tough. If you had asked me to play defense at that kind of level, I would have been I would have went from defense to press box. I wouldn't have been playing.
But it's all about just finding your way. I mean, just finding a way to get your number called more and contribute to the team. And seeing Spillman doing that this season for Dickinson.
And another guy for Legacy that's kind of had to do that, Brody Berger, played a little bit of forward. They have him back at D. But being utility, where can you be effective for your team? Sometimes it's not always exactly where you want to be, but it's kind of what the need for the team is.
And every year it seems like there's always a player or two. Last year, Grand Forks Central, Che Kwame had to do that. He went to defense and ends up helping them out, win a state title last year for the Knights.
And one of the stronger players on their team, too. So it's great. Hayden Eckert's another guy. He was a forward, I think, all the way growing up, and he gets moved to defense at Century, and then he moves on to the Bismarck Bobcats. So, lots of guys out there. Sometimes you get asked to play a different position, and sometimes it works out. Even better.
Jerome comes away with it, gets it out to Presley McKay, who tucks it in. Presley McKay makes it 4-1 Sabres.
Just an absolute effort play from Isaac Jerome. We talked about him in the pregame, just stepping up his game, works his butt off to get that puck, and then Beckham Presley McKay, a nice touch to put it in the back of the net.
Take a look on the Ryan Family Dealership instant replay. Again, it was built on by Jerome, but filling in the lane well, Presley McKay, and he's rewarded with his 12th goal of the season. But it looks like they're going to be here on still short-handed as Dickinson, or his Legacy, so a short-handed goal nonetheless for Breckham Presley McKay. And Isaac Jerome continues on in what has been just a blistering hot last couple of weeks. Spillman plays it on to goal, back to Spillman. Tries to center a pass to Miller. It's poked away by Renz, and here comes Jerome again. Jerome finds it to Renz. 5-1 Legacy. Jerome feeds it again.
Great finish from Kyler Renz, busting through with the neutral zone with speed, but just a silky little play from Isaac Jerome. Absolutely fantastic play to get that puck to Renz.
And less than about 30 seconds after, they're right back in it. They right get another goal, and it's 5-1 Legacy.
I don't know if I can call him Isaac Jerome anymore. His new name is Silky.
Silky Jerome?
Silky Jerome.
Hey, I think you probably have a lot of Legacy fans that are listening that probably agree with you if they've watched how he's been playing the last couple weeks.
If that nickname doesn't stick, nothing's going to stick.
Again, last week he was our Sports Clips player of the game against Dickinson. Then he ended up netting the game-winning goal to give Minot their first loss in the WDA campaign. And then that's 2 points against Jamestown all in the same week. 4 points in 3 games last week for Jerome. And he's looking like he's going to have another big week already.
He's got 3 points tonight and a lot of really nice plays, effort plays, doing it in different ways. Scored a beautiful goal. So that was to me, that's the X factor for Legacy, because you got the big dogs that are still rolling, and you got a guy like that picking up steam. That's scary.
Especially then you see Renz and Schwann play so well off of his play, and it's just now you got 2 really scary lines if they keep up that production.
Well, you talk about guys making other players better, and to me, Jerome's making those other guys more effective. Creating turnovers, getting pucks for guys so that they have more space to make plays and get good scoring opportunities. He's doing a great job all over the ice.
Miller joins in on the play from Colin Bolt, who's trying to keep that in the Dickinson's offensive zone, but it's played away, and here comes Ben Garley, all by him lonesome, him and Roars shuts the door. Garley getting another whack at it, that one wide. Shot by Miller, deflected right into a chance again. Played now out of the danger zone by Dickinson with 1:47 left.
And I think Legacy moved themselves. They were having another strong period, but it was 1-goal game, and now they've been able to capitalize and kind of look like they're going to run away with it here. Dickinson doing a lot of chasing, and Legacy, to me, they're just playing a very in-sync game. Yeah,
for Dickinson, they needed a couple quality shifts here to close out that second period, try to give them some momentum heading in to that second intermission. That it's been Legacy offense just getting try after try tonight, and they've netted 5 against Parker Roars, who has been tough to beat here this season, but Legacy finding a way around them. Berger lays it back. Hot on pursuit there is Schwann, and I believe he's going to be called there on a hold, and yes, he is.
Yeah, but that's the right call there. He reaches out, kind of pulls him down. So obviously you don't want to take a penalty at this stage in the second period with how things are going. And we talked about pregame about Dickinson trying to be a little bit sharper on their power play, and they get their first power play of the game earlier, give up a shorty. So not what they wanted to see out of that special teams, being the man up. And to me, this is a big one. Get some puck possession. Try to generate some scoring chances.
Serve Pro brings you the power play. Serve Pro, trained technicians, fire, water cleanup, restoration. It's Serve Pro. They'll be on the power play the rest of the second period unless they can net a goal. Rylan Miller. Nice little saucer pass to Grohl, trying to stretch out the Legacy defense. Gross on the near side. Miller. Touch pass. Streeter trying to pull away around a couple of white jerseys around him. Garley, again, he's already scored 1 shorthanded. Trying to get another. It was Presley McKay that got the shorthanded goal, not Garley. As Miller waiting for his teammates to touch up, so he has to kind of dance around and kill some time on their power play. As Grohl backhands it in with 25 seconds left remaining here in the second period. Race towards the puck. Madison with a head of steam. Gonna beat out Cheddar there for the puck, but Miller wins it back. Madison, relentless.
And that's a good word, relentless on just trying to get pucks. They're not quitting on anything. They just keep that pressure on, and that's just, they have not allowed Dickinson time to breathe.
Presley McKay with a big-time hit to close out the period on Frankie Montoya. It almost looked like Parker Orrs was about to take exception for how quick he was about to leave the net, and then it was whistled and he goes back in the net. And now he'll slowly head out, but I don't know if they're going to call something late here or not. The referees are going to have a little bit of a chat. But either way, a big period for Legacy sees them net 3 goals here in the second frame, as the coaching staff for Dickinson going to hang around here for a little bit longer. But 3 goals adds to the lead, makes it 5-1. Legacy goes up by 4, and we're going to head into the second part of our intermission. Second intermission show brought to you by Charbonneau Car Center. Again, Legacy leads 5-1 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your trusted partner for commercial and business loans. We not only provide lending you need to grow your business, but we also reinvest in our communities. We believe in strengthening our businesses and creating opportunities for success. Choose Dakota Community Bank and Trust for your commercial and business loans, and together let's keep our communities thriving.
Serving the community, looking out for you. At Dakota Community Bank and Trust, that's what we do.
Planning for the future is difficult, but pre-planning your funeral is a thoughtful way to ease the burden on your loved ones. At Stevenson Funeral Home, our compassionate team will help you create a personalized plan that reflects your values. We'll make sure that your wishes are honored and that your family will have peace of mind in a challenging time. Call us today to start your pre-planning journey. You can count on us to be with you every step of the way. Stevenson Funeral Home.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
It's time for this week's PSP Network Player Performance of the Week. Powered by the Aggie Foundation, Ryan Family Dealerships, and Minot State University. Congratulations to this week's nominees on Big Time Games. The votes are in, and this week's Player Performance of the Week belongs to Make sure to like and follow the PSP Network on all social media platforms. And watch for next week's Player Performance of the Week. Powered by the Aggie Foundation, Ryan Family Dealerships, and Minot State University. PSP Network, it's game day.
The Aggie Foundation is a 501c3. Our mission is to really help out the communities that allow us in for charitable gaming.
We are so thankful for Aggie Foundation for giving us the $2,500.
I can't thank the Aggie Foundation enough for what they've done.
Aggie Foundation has been just a great partner for our community.
Some of these programs wouldn't be able to continue on without funding from programs like this.
We're always looking for new partners, new communities to be in. If we can make an impact in that community, we will.
When disasters strike, we don't just clean up the damage, we rebuild what was lost. With over 75 years of experience, we turn disaster zones back into homes, businesses, and peace of mind. From cleanup to repair and full restoration, our trained professionals are with you every step, so you're never facing it alone. Because when you hire trained professionals, you get trusted results. Call ServPro in Minot, Bismarck, or Williston today.
Two periods down as Legacy adds to their lead in the second frame as they net 3 goals to go up 5-1. But before we dive into this one, let's take a look at some score updates on the ice throughout the state. We'll start it off with the girls. The Spruans of Fargo North South stay undefeated, but it took extra time to get that one done. 3-2 against West Fargo. It's their first game they have not won in regulation. Yet they're still stay undefeated, so not too bad for the Spruans there. Projected favorites this season. Williston defeats Minot 9-1. Fargo Davies leads over Jamestown 5-1. Last score check there. And then the Knight Riders of Grand Forks 2-1 over Devils Lake. And Mandan picks up maybe a little bit of the upset there against Century tonight. 3-0 there in girls play. For boys, well, Grand Forks Central takes down Moorhead. Minnesota 5-4 in overtime. I bet that was a fantastic game there.
Big win.
A huge win there for the Knights. Fargo North is up over Grafton Park River 4-1. Just starting the third period. Mandan heading into the third period up 2 over Hazen Beulah. And Minot Botno, no score update there yet. And Williston and Bismarck, no score update on that game either. But right here in the VFW, 5-1 Legacy. And as we start talking about this first period, let's jump in and get those game highlights running here for you. But Mario, Legacy just, I mean, I guess you can't use the wordage of they jumped off the bus ready to play since they're the home team. But they showed up to the arena and they are on the same page tonight. Everything looks crisp. I mean, almost machine-like here for this Legacy team. Crisp passing, great setup. Right now they lead 5-1.
Yeah, and to me, if I were to describe their game from what I'm seeing today, they are in sync. And if they keep playing in sync like that, they're going to make every team that they play do what my friend Justin Timberlake once said, and that's go bye, bye, bye. So they just look good. They're making plays all over the ice, completing plays, creating turnovers, getting to loose pucks all over the ice, and making some big plays to go along with that. So they look good right now.
Love the NSYNC analogy there. That's why we bring you on.
I think we all maybe secretly liked them back in the day. Now it's okay that we can admit that.
You were a big boy band guy, weren't you?
I wasn't, but yeah, you know what? Now that I listen to some of the songs, they had some bangers out there.
It grows on you a little bit.
It grows on you, absolutely.
Taking a look at the scoring for this one in the first period, Isaac Jerome picks up the first goal with 10:44 remaining in the first period. And then it was Harrison Johnson getting in on the fun, assisted by Presley McKay. Before Dickinson only had 2 shots in the first period, but one finds the back of the net. It was Rylan Miller, assisted by Dylan Gross and Tatum Streeter, making that one 2-1. But Legacy just kept going, pressing. Harrison Johnson, assisted by Ben Garley. Presley McKay, assisted by Isaac Jerome, shorthanded. And then Kyler Renz, assisted by, you could probably guess it, Isaac Jerome, continues to be on a tear. 4 points in 3 games last week. picks up right where he's left off. 3-point game for him so far tonight, a goal and a pair of assists. And Harrison Johnson also had a big week last week. He also had 4 points in 3 games last week, and he's had quite the contest as well tonight with those 2 goals. I mean, you look at the first line, you look at the second line, they are buzzing. The third line doing their job of just keeping puck possession and playing some hard-nosed hockey. And this Legacy team, they flex their depth, and tonight it is on full display. And look at this play here by Ben Garley. That's probably the play of the game, just for that effort by Garley to stay upright and feed a nice one to Johnson.
Well, even at that point, it's a 2-1 game, and you're kind of pressing, but you can't get one in the back of the net. So to me, that's a huge goal. Starts with a good effort from Garley, and then they just kind of come with an onslaught, the back half of the period. So to me, they're looking good, crisp all over the ice. They got to continue that. How consistent can you stay with hey, this is where we need our game to be? Can you maintain it there? To me, it's just doing all those little things, playing a good 200-foot game. And it's not just about these offensive plays that you're seeing. It's about making strong, hard plays out of your own zone. That's where a lot of that offense was started from, coming up the ice. So they got to continue that, play that full 200-foot game. You can see it right there. That goal starts in your defensive zone. So if they can continue that, they're going to be scary. I think you're looking at, a Legacy, Minot, Jamestown, Mandan. Never write off Century at the end of the year, but those are the teams that seem to be kind of pulling away with it.
This is a 5-1 game, but this game could be more than 5-1. Parker Roars, you do got to mention just how good of a game he's had. I know in the stat sheet, he's probably going to be one of those guys that says, I want my percentage to be higher, I want to let less goals in. But he's made some outstanding saves in this game to keep it at this mark. I mean, you look at some of those highlights of the saves he made, it could be bigger than a 4-point gap.
I mean, you talk about shot quantity versus shot quality. A lot of shots in the first period, not quite as many in the second for Legacy, but the shot quality for Legacy, every other shot's been almost a grade A. So he's made a ton of big saves, allowing Legacy to not totally run away with this. But he's been outstanding. He's been outstanding all year. And we said it in the pregame, we said it throughout the game. He's going to give his team a chance to stay in games. Dickinson's not a team that's been scoring a lot of goals, and they really got to rely on him to make big saves, timely saves to allow his team to stay in games. And we talk about Dickinson being kind of that sticky team. They find a way to stick around a little bit. And it's a big reason is because of the way Roars is playing.
Well, for Dickinson, you're heading into this last period, and hey, even if you don't get 4 goals, you still got a game this week against Minot. It's a tough draw for you this week. You get number 2 right now in the WDA tonight, and then you get number 1 in the WDA on Friday night. But what would you like to see for Dickinson to build up to try to maybe get some momentum to maybe try to mount a comeback here, but also something to build off for later in the week?
Well, I think you're just trying to get better at different parts of your game. Like, hey, we've been playing a lot in our own zone. Let's be better defensively. How are we going to do that? What little things can we do? Is it anticipating pucks, getting rimmed around the wall? Can our centers be in better position? So you're trying to find something positive to come out of the game. What can you build off in your game? Is it being a better forechecker? Where do we got to place pucks? Those all little things that your coaching staff, I'm sure, is talking about with their group. You got to build on something. They got a 2-man advantage here to start the period. That would be a great starting point. Let's get our power play clicking, and this is a great opportunity. They can do that on some fresh ice, and that it's about building on something for the following game.
Yeah, they will be on a 5-on-3 for 41 seconds as the referees there at the end of the second period were kind of huddled around. We thought potentially going to be a penalty on Beckham Presley McKay. Indeed it is. I think you said it was roughing or something of that nature is what you thought, and so it's going to give Dickinson a chance to, again, try to get that power play unit on the same page, a unit that's been trying to get more comfortable with each other, and this is going to be a good opportunity now, getting a 5-on-3, and if you still can't bury a 5-on-3, you still have a 5-on-4 for maybe a $120 after, so it's more opportunity, more reps for that unit.
Yeah, and I think for the Dickinson power play, I think what you could see in their first attempt at it, even when they had puck possession, everybody's stationary. You have to get movement with the puck. You're pulling penalty killers out of position, forcing them to make switches and create confusion. Right now, they're just all stationary. If they can get some more active movement, with that puck and guys kind of shifting into positions, they can get Legacy moving a little bit more. If they stay stationary, it's a little bit easier to defend.
As Legacy leads 5-1 after a impressive 3-goal period. Dickinson seeing if they can try to stick into in this one, but Legacy seeing if they can hold on for the next 17 minutes. We'll decide a winner, but when we come back, Dickinson going to be on the 5-on-3 power play to start the third period.
One thing that I've always enjoyed about being a physician is just the patient and physician relationship.
Part of why I trusted him is because I felt more than just a patient.
We figured out the best situation for my injury, and we chose the one that would best fit me.
I'm a huge sports fan, have been my whole life and still am today. I have a strong desire to help people maintain their activity levels and to get back to doing the things that they are passionate about.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change-anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
At Badlands Pet Crematory, we understand that pets are family. Unlike other crematories in the area, we are the only dedicated pet crematory that offers private individual cremation. One pet at a time, 100% guaranteed. From start to finish, we personally handle your pet with the utmost care, ensuring that you receive only your pet in return. Choose Badlands Pet Crematory, because saying goodbye should come with certainty and trust.
The Jersey Mike's catering box is the easiest way to feed your friends. The hard part is picking your sub. That's why we're having a draft. With the first pick, Sarah from Carolina selects number 13, the original Italian.
You know, I trusted my gut, and that's exactly where the sub's gonna go, so.
Hold on, we've got a trade. Jake traded his second pick with me, because I'm starved. Freshly sliced subs to go, wherever you and your friends go. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
We get ready for the second period or the third period of action as Legacy leads 5-1, but Dickinson going to have some power play opportunities, 5-on-3 to start the third period. I'm Brock Widener, joined alongside me Mario Lamoureux as we get ready for the third period of frame. But it is Legacy that has been in control. They outshoot Dickinson 23-6. They played each other just 7 days ago, and the shot totals were almost that even, 27-26. But Legacy saying, hey, we're not going to be going down that rabbit hole again. We are going to come out swinging, and that's what they've done today.
Yeah, to me, they've been just kind of working in unison. I probably the last game, I don't think anyone maybe would have, just based on the standings, would have expected that to be a tight game. But Dickinson, give them credit. They made it a tough game in Dickinson a week ago, but Legacy's saying, hey, we're better. We're the better, stronger team. Let's go out and show it, and they certainly have done that so far in this game.
Yeah, and we talked about kind of going through that gauntlet for that Legacy team last year. You play a team that's usually pretty physical in Dickinson, then you played Minot, who at that point was undefeated in WDA play, and then you play a really good goalkeeper in Jamestown, and kind of right now kind of acting as the dark horse maybe in WDA. And all in the same week, and it was kind of one of those tough challenges. Legacy arguably could have played good enough to win all 3 games, but when you play 3 tough opponents in 4 days, sometimes it's just the matter of sometimes you're probably just going to end up losing one. That's just how it is in hockey. But
yep, you're not always going to win them all. And I know that they were disappointed with their effort in the Jamestown game. Obviously a little bit winded.
As Grohl gets a good effort, the baseball bat and swinging out there for Legacy as Johnson getting a little physical there on Rylan Miller.
And sometimes when you come off of a loss, sometimes it's a good reset for your group. And I think for them, even though it was a tight game, 3 games in 4 days, I think they're disappointed with maybe just overall how they played. So anytime you have a loss, how are you going to respond? How does your group respond? How do individuals respond? And they've certainly come out and had a nice response today.
That is for sure, as Grohl's shot kicked aside by Crumwitty. Dickinson getting some early opportunities here in the power play, and now it's down to 5-on-4. Serving the Beckham Presley McKay penalty there at the end. Grohl drives through the net, loose puck, still loose, battle for it, as Miller has that one poked away by Isaac Jerome. 13 seconds left on the man advantage. Jansen flips it high off the glass. He'll come barreling forward for it. Snap shot for Bolts. Shetter from a tough angle overskates the puck, and here comes Isaac Jerome. He's got a 2-on-1 with Johnson with them, but Shetter ties him up. Jansen trying to buy time. Stretch pass right to Colin Bolts. Referee jumps over the puck. Colin Bolts in on him, but is lonesome. Tries to tuck it home just wide of the net.
Really nice play from Jansen out of his own zone. And he's a guy that could be scary. Big, strong guy. If he can get his effort going on a consistent basis, he's someone that could be a really good physical player.
I need to see the instant replay, seeing if we have the ref jumping out of the way. Because if Dickinson scored on that, maybe that would have been a little assist to the referee. Look at this. Referee getting out of the way allows Colin Bolts to have an opportunity. Just steers it wide.
Just tries to go with the old Peter Forsberg, but did not get the goalie to bite quite enough.
Big hit there by Carter Madison, bringing Grohl to the ground. Allows Rude to get it back, try to get it back to Madison, but Emmert gets a stick in there. Played high into the netting. Best way to predict your future is to create it. With over 100 areas of study at Minot State, you'll earn the degree for the career you desire. With more than 96% of recent Minot State grads employed or continuing their education, MSU grads get jobs, period. Minot State University, be seen, be heard, be you. 14 minutes remaining in this one. Legacy flex their muscles early on. They'll kill both of the penalties that were issued out.
And really not a lot of good looks from Dickinson on that power play. So again, continuing to struggle a little bit, even with that 5-on-3 man advantage.
As Cheddar, nice little saucered in, it gets deflected off of Miller and into the glove of Crumwitty. They didn't get the looks that they were looking for, but for Dickinson from their early power play, I think puck possession was better on that look there, and able to kind of tilt the ice a little bit. Maybe didn't get a ton of shots or quality or frequency there, but at least trying to get something flowing.
Some zone time. Just try to get some possession, because it's a lot funner to play in the offensive zone than the defensive zone. So, and that's, again, you try to build off of something.
Hustle play there by Beckham Presley McKay, trying to beat out the icing. Just if the rink was just a foot or two more, I think he would have done it.
Or if he was like 2 feet taller.
That could also
one of those two.
One of those two. Whatever's easier. Cheddar fires a shot. Nice little windmill save there from Crumwitty. You always got to show off a little bit, even if it wasn't that spectacular of a play. You got to make everyone think it was spectacular.
I've always thought the goalies always give it a little extra, trying to spice things up more than it needs to be.
This little pass there by Jansen. The nice feed there to Frankie Montoya. Down the ice. Was it tipped? If it was, that's going to give a good chance for Garley. He'll look for the wraparound. Centers the feed just wide of the net from Johnson.
Looked like the puck was rolling a little bit as it came across, and I think just kind of rolled over Johnson's stick.
That would have been the hat trick if Johnson could have buried it. A good look there, and another hustle effort there for Ben Garley.
Imagine if we would have got the hat trick. Harrison's mom would have been so happy. H.E. Poo would have got probably some ice cream when he got home.
There you have it. I mean, a great quality game for this first line again.
Absolutely.
Not in the first line, but the second line as well. And I mean, when you just continue to roll out these two lines back and forth, I mean, I don't see an easy opening for anybody.
No, it's just and they keep the pressure on. It's not just about having, flashy offensive plays, but it's just creating the turnovers. It's being good forecheckers, good defensive efforts. They're doing a little bit of everything, and I would say all three of their lines have been really effective tonight.
They're just kind of that machine-like 200-foot game for those first three lines, and it's built in for a tough task for Dickinson to try to get back in this game. 5-1 Legacy leads. Shots right now 23-10, favoring the home team. Dickinson fan, Dickinson basketball. Looks like they're going to fall tonight to Bismarck in a battle of two teams inside the top 5 in the state. Right now, under a minute left, Bismarck leads over Dickinson 85-78. Blaze Miller through traffic somehow, didn't really get deflected, but goes right to Roars. But he was on the case there. Great framing there from number 1 Black. Face-off won by Max Rude. Madison dances in with it. Rude right there. Rude keeps away from Spillman. He sees Emmerd, avoids the brunt of the hit, and it's played down to Berger. Berger lays it on. Miller inches forward, fires a shot high off the glass. Berger snapshot that one wide. Miller, he'll clamp down off of the line. Back to Berger. Low danger chance, trying to get a deflection out in front. Not quite there. Miller, does he keep it in? He did momentarily. Bolts has Spillman with them. If they hurry, Crumwitty aggressive. Plays it to the corner.
Nice play from Crumwitty. Just kind of make that read. And those are kind of those tough ones for goalies. Do I go? Do I stay back? And he makes a good call and able to keep that puck out of danger.
Good effort there from Colin Bolts and Spillman trying to get something going for Dickinson, but Crumwitty on patrol. As you mentioned, sometimes on those low shot days as a goaltender, sometimes you can kind of be out of your zone, but he's doing a good job of, hey, his number's been called tonight, and that puck's been in his zone. He's been pretty sharp.
Yep.
Cheddar plays it forward. Gross on the case. Kept away by Raschke. Johnson avoids a hit and gets a little bit of there. That might be a kneeing call, I think. It's going to potentially maybe stuck out a little bit there on Dickinson.
Yeah, definitely. You're kind of obviously fortunate Johnson's not hurt there, but that one almost looks like a little bit knee on knee. Can be one of those dangerous plays. I don't think intentional, but nonetheless, clips him a little bit, and we'll see the first power play for Legacy.
They'll go tripping, but it was kind of the leg being kicked out more than the stick being kicked out on Connor Robidoux. But now you get the power play in effect here for Legacy either way, as they'll start it out with Isaac Jerome, Presley McKay, Garley, Johnson, and Raschke. Some nice stick work there from Garley, trying to play it down, but it's Grohl that gets rid of it and plays it all the way to Crumwitty, who gets it out of the kitchen. He'll slow the puck up. Raschke's behind the back pass, cuts by Garley, and Crumwitty, luckily he was paying attention. That could have snuck through the legs on some friendly fire for the Sabres.
A little bit sloppy play from Legacy here. They can't get too comfortable. You still got to have urgency, even though you got the lead and the power play.
Hitting the deck is Streeter, allows enough buying time for Raschke to get around him. Raschke plays to the opposite side of Johnson on hat trick watch. Raschke sees that puck get by and allows Dickinson to get some fresh legs out there. Not a whole new crew of penalty killers, and now they will get a whole new crew as an icing for Legacy. On the Serve Pro Power Play, 24/7 emergency service trained technicians, advanced technology, fire and water cleanup, and restoration. It's Serve Pro. There you see Connor Robidoux in the box for another 1 minute and 1 second. As Kyler Renz loses the puck. Now he'll have to try to quickly play a pass out to Rude. Forcing all sorts of troubles there is Thomas Miller. And Miller going to force a penalty on Legacy. A hard shift there for the senior. Just disrupting the pace for Legacy, and it helps it now go 4-on-4.
Well, Thomas Miller just takes advantage of Legacy, I think, just sitting back, being too comfortable. A lot of times you'll see teams, they get the power play and they think, okay, let's get comfortable, let's sit back. And you're not expecting that pressure. Legacy not ready to go, and Dickinson forces them to take a penalty.
And now Thomas Miller will have the face-off. Tries to play that one forward before Blaze Miller gets it to the blue line. Kept in by Bolt. Fires a high-rising shot. That one continued to go upwards, but Crumwoody gets it right in the mitt. .9:22 remaining here in the third. 38 seconds remaining on 4-on-4 action. Bolts plays forward. Here comes Cheddar. Flashes his speed. Corralled by Legacy, sent down the ice. And they'll elect just to get a fresh new crew out there and have that puck go all the way back to their own zone. Here in the last couple minutes, though, you're seeing some nice individual kind of efforts for Dickinson. You saw Thomas Miller kind of draws that penalty. There you see Caden Cheddar jump in the play and again, just force more pressure on this Legacy team.
Yeah, and I think if you're Dickinson, you want to come out, you don't want to quit. You want to maintain your pressure. You have pride in the way that you compete. At 5-1, hey, is the game out of reach? It's certainly a tough one to come back from, but you got to stay in the game, stay in the fight, and just show that you're going to kind of compete with pride.
Dylan Gross, he'll circle around. Berger loses it as it goes right on to Grohl. Grohl leaves it back to Gross. Trying to reel it back in as full strength is Dickinson. They'll have 1 minute and 4 seconds on the 5-on-4. Emmerd seals it close. He'll wait for his team to tag up. Now he's going to try to go and attack. Avoids a check. Miller gets it away. And it's going to go all the way down the length of the ice. And here comes Garley pressuring Roars. Puck goes to Johnson. He elects to say, hey, we're going to play keep away and send it down the other end.
That's just a good, intelligent play, trying to eat that power play time off for Dickinson.
As Harrison Johnson gets a mid on that one, he was offsides. As the referee's going to move the circle on just a little bit closer on to the Dickinson offensive zone. There you see the Dickinson Mavericks have to make the road trip back to the Queen City tonight. Mario, I know we talked about it last time I came here. Every time I come and do a hockey game here, there's always snow. Every time. It snows the same day I come down here, every single time.
And every time I leave this rink, when the game's over, it is just freezing outside. I'm shivering the whole night.
I just bring precipitation. I don't know.
There's something. I don't know what you're doing, but you should stop.
I wish I would too. Make the trips out here a little easier.
I would just love some sun, We're in the dog days of winter. We could use some sunshine.
It's always fun here in North Dakota. Everything dries up, and then as soon as everything dries up, you get another layer on. So here comes Presley McKay, and a nice little shoulder shrug there for Roars. Roars hasn't been challenged too much here in the third period. Dickinson doing a really good job of playing with that energy, knowing, hey, even though we're down by 4 goals, really put together a strong third period.
Yeah, and they've looked better so far. I think it's one of those games where Legacy feels like, hey, we got a handle on it. You don't quite have the urgency to press quite as much. But so for Legacy, it's kind of like, hey, let's just keep playing solid. But you don't quite have the urgency to, pushing for goals and things like that once you have that 4-goal lead in the third period.
7 minutes remaining here in the third period. Snapshot blocked out in front by Carter Hoon's shot, and here comes Frankie Montoya. Getting his stick on it. Raschke, though, wins the race. Raschke avoids a check by Betchivilas. A head-on collision there with Robidoux. And Eli Chafee, who gets his first shift on the night. As we'll probably start seeing that fourth line start rotating in a little bit for Legacy.
Well, I think it's important to try and get those guys out there, get them that experience at the varsity level, get them up to speed, because you just never know. Later in the year, do you need those guys to step in and play a role? Maybe there's an injury, suspension, someone's out for some reason. You need guys to have that experience to be effective if they get thrown in the big moment.
So you'll probably see a little bit more of Cruz Holtz, Xavier Norrie, and Eli Chafee. Eli Chafee made his varsity debut last week, and it came against Dickinson. He's got, I believe this is his fourth game under his belt, was played at fourth line minutes in all 3 games last week. Shot deflected just wide of the net. Now Maxon Johnson tries to sneak one. Lots of traffic out in front. Puck is still loose. Here comes a one-time clap and another save. Aiden Zander. So, hey, I got a slap shot in my arsenal.
And he's a guy that works his tail off. Nice to see him out there contributing, and he's another guy they're going to expect, hey, he could play an important role come the end of the season.
Just kind of maybe jinxed Parker Orr, said he's had a quiet third period, and now things have ramped up since I've said that statement about 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, well, and the fourth line that hasn't really even touched the ice for most of the game, so nice to see them go out and contribute big shift, provide some energy, get some offensive zone time.
Rylan Miller comes down the ice, just a little light shot into the chest of Crumwitty with 5:35 remaining. There's now David Barkley will do the face-off draw. One of his first shifts on the night. As Barkley going to try to provide some of that pressure. Jerome breaking out of the zone. He'll try to kick that puck in the direction of Berger. Could not quite get all of it. Barkley now powers forward and offside. Spillman was already across before Barkley got a hold of it. BSN creates exclusive personalized solutions for North Dakota high school and collegiate programs. From custom equipment, uniforms, coaches, apparel, and fanwear to branding and more. They do it all. Contact your local BSN sales pro today. Caleb Jansen will join in late and on the wing. Spillman tries the power forward before Legacy reels it in. Swan shoved against the board. Swan going to continue to kind of throw in some extra jabs there on Grohl, and Grohl lost his glove and said, come on, man. It's just 5 minutes left. Jerome and Emmer take a tumble. Schwan. Nice boxing out, allows Jerome to come out of the pile with it. His pass just off course, intended for Miller. Blaze will back up with it. Nice little pass there to Berger. Back to Jerome. Jerome, hard backhand, that one into the boards. Island Betchivilas, he'll storm forward. Cutting through the defense. He's all sorts of tied up as he's spun around. 2-on-2 break on the other end. For Renz, checked off the puck. Presley McKay, saved by Roars.
Another nice save from Parker Roars.
Let's take a check in on that one. Presley McKay with another strong shift. Get a 2-on-2, and you saw the 2 trailers on both sides trying to join the play late, and Preston McKay was one of those late joiners in the play. Sees the puck, goes for it, but Roars kicks it away. There's a final on your score on the eastern part of the state. Grafton Park River comes back against Fargo North, picks up a win in overtime, 6-5. Man over Hazen tonight, that's final 2-0. Preston McKay comes storming in again. He'll fish that one out to Raschke. Raschke plays it to Presley McKay. Cross the crease to Johnson. Scooped up. Shot blocked by Robidoux.
Now that top line just moves the puck so well to each other. Crisp passes, guys working to get open. Fun to watch.
Johnson cannot quite make contact with that puck there, and it will go with the length of the ice. 3:35 remaining. Again for Dickinson, next up on the schedule for them, they've got Minot United on Friday. Catch that right here on the PSP Network. We'll have that one as well as the girls' game before, where the girls will take on Century. 5 o'clock Mountain Time. Boys to fall against Minot right after. Dickinson not giving up. Streeter, who had a really strong first period. Nice little move there by Streeter. Emmert steps in, fires it wide.
And Streeter's not a guy you want to get shots off in the slot. He can absolutely rip it.
I was impressed by the stick handling to buy himself some opportunity to get that shot off. Next stoppage, I think hopefully I got it there, and maybe we'll take a look at that on the highlight, but here comes Kason Grohl. Picked up by Ryland Miller, feeds it down to Emmert. Emmert just going to hit the brakes and let that one trail in the corner. There's a bunch of white jerseys. Somehow Gross comes away with it. Grohl extends forward, sees a couple of Legacy Sabres ready to pounce at it, and does a good job of working it in back to the offensive zone momentarily. Robidoux, he'll spin away. Pass Madison, his shot is blocked. Robidoux powers forward through a couple of head-on collisions. Works it in the corner. Here's the speedy Caden Cheddar. Looked to his backhand, quite wasn't there, but Cannon Dressler with one of his first shifts of the night. Centers a feed, just high and wide for Colin Bolts.
I think that one went off the post.
Might have just clipped it there for Bolts, but another good look for him. He's got a couple nice looks in this contest. As Ryan Turning now will play it all the way down. It hits off the skate of Meneres. Quick little break check for Bolts. He's pickpocketed by Maxon Johnson. Johnson weaves inside, sees Cannon Dressler, drops it off. Blaze Miller, shot deflected high.
Nice play from Max Johnson there. Draws a bunch of defenders to him, lays one out for his defenseman coming in late. Really nice play.
Kason Grohl allows for the fog to lighten, and now he'll lay it on forward for Colin Bolts. Miller wins the race. Bolts with a nice check there. Buys time, puts it right it on for Grohl, just wide. And it looks like Blaze Miller a little slow to get up after that check, and looks like Brody Berger going to maybe see him. Maybe should have been a checking behind. Could have made the case potentially on that. Maybe what Brody Berger's trying to see there, but either way, we play on 58 seconds, but good to see Blaze Miller head out to the bench on his own will.
Yep. No, you do not want injuries late in a game that's kind of out of reach on either side. So you just got to try finish this game without anything dumb happening.
Face-off won by Legacy, and Cooper Swan plays it off the boards, hit its deflection. We'll go all the way down to Rohr, so that will take away the icing, and Rohr's covers up for a second. I think he was just waiting for Renz to drive by, but maybe it was a quicker whistle than he was anticipating as he tried to put that puck quickly back down on the ice, but not in time. 46 seconds left. Legacy en route for their 13th win on the season. In a big performance offensively in the first two periods. Out shooting Dickinson 31-13. Jerome and Robidoux get into it. We'll maybe take one or two to the box here in the last 28 seconds.
That's where you just got to be smart. You don't want to do anything dumb. Take a dumb penalty that gets you suspended, gets you hurt. So you just got to try to keep it clean. Get the game over with. It's obviously, the score's not going to change at this point.
So Robidoux and Jerome will go into the box to close this game out. They do offset each other, so we'll stay 5-on-5 for the next 29 seconds. Loose puck, shot deflected out by a Maverick. Emmert wins the race. Emmert cannot quite clear. Picked up by Norrie. Norrie feeds it down low to Holtz. Centering a feed, cleared down the ice. Crumwitty says, we'll just keep this time rolling. He tried to quickly negate the icing there and does, and that will be the end of this one. 5-1 Legacy. Bouncing back after falling to close out their week to Jamestown last week. They open this week off with a win, 5-1 against Dickinson. And a dominant offensive showing in the early periods. And they were able to hold on to it there in period number 3. Legacy picks up their 13th win on the year, 5-1 fashion, as we head on over to the post-game show brought to you by Charbonneau Car Center.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network on all social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Our stylists are trained to understand the nuances of cutting men's hair. Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany?
Square face, wavy hair.
Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with a hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move? It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit all. 7. Pressure. Points. Yeah.
It takes expertise to be a sport clip stylist.
Here?
That's the spot. Right there, huh?
Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FINRA Civic. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors, LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors, LLC, and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Planning for the future is difficult, but pre-planning your funeral is a thoughtful way to ease the burden on your loved ones. At Stevenson Funeral Home, our compassionate team will help you create a personalized plan that reflects your values. We'll make sure that your wishes are honored and that your family will have peace of mind in a challenging time. Call us today to start your pre-planning journey. You can count on us to be with you every step of the way. Stevenson Funeral Home.
One thing that I've always enjoyed about being a physician is just the patient and physician relationship.
Part of why I trusted him was because I felt more than just a patient.
We figured out the best situation for my injury, and we chose the one that would best fit me.
I'm a huge sports fan, have been my whole life and still am today. I have a strong desire to help people maintain their activity levels and to get back to doing the things that they are passionate about.
Welcome back in here to the PSP Network. I'm Brock Widener, joined alongside me Mario Lamoureux, and there's your final score. Legacy 5, Dickinson 1, as Legacy picks up their 13th win of the season. We'll run through some game highlights, but as we do it, Mario and I will tell you how this one kind of shaped out. But Isaac Jerome gets the first one, and as you mentioned, Silky Jerome gets the first one there. And after that, I mean, it was just legacy, legacy, legacy. They were getting so many good opportunities, but Roars was standing on his head for the first 7 minutes. But once Jerome gets that one, it was then kind of the I wouldn't say the floodgates opened, but you could just tell Legacy was dialed in. Harrison Johnson gets one from a feed from Presley McKay. Dickinson, though, only 2 shots in the first period, but that's all they needed. They get one back. Rylan Miller assisted by Dylan Gross and Tatum Streeter. Second period, though, was all Sabres. Harrison Johnson from a feed from Ben Garley. Back in Presley McKay, short-handed with a feed by Isaac Jerome. And then Kyler Renz from Jerome on the last goal. But then it was a scoreless third period. But for Legacy, at that point, they knew that they were to be en route for their 13th win after impressive first 2 periods of offense.
Yeah, and I really like, especially those first 2 periods. I thought Legacy super in sync, clicking on all cylinders, making a ton of plays. Silky Jerome, it's a fantastic game from him. Harrison H.E. Pooh Johnson, he had another good game. So I just think your stars came out, performed, executed. They produced for you, and then a lot of contributions up and down the lineup. And Aiden Zander gives you a couple good shifts. Ryan Turning gets in the mix a little bit. So nice to see those depth guys get opportunities. And to me, Legacy is looking like a dangerous team, which is exactly what you want coming the back half of the season.
Well, all of the 18 skaters on the ice tonight, I think all of them contributed in some way or another for Legacy. All of them, I think, have had a strong shift or two, if not a lot more in this game. I mean, those first 2 lines, I mean, they get a lot of credit, and as they should. But those third and fourth lines, they can hold their own when their numbers are called, and they do exactly what they need to get that puck possession. That third line, I thought, had some great scoring chances as well. I mean, you look at Max and Johnson, you look at Carter Madison, what they brought to the table, Max Rude. And then, as you mentioned, someone like Aiden Zander, I thought he had a beautiful slap shot late in this game as well and provided some offensive look there from the blue line. So some of these guys towards the bottom 6 pairings, they still can produce at a high level for this Legacy team. And depth-wise, the team's ready to go for the postseason.
Yep, so I think for them it's just kind of continuing that. Hey, we saw what we want our game to be. A tight game against Dickinson a week ago. They come out, have a nice performance here, kind of like spread the score a little bit than this one. But they need their big guys to go out and produce, and they did that tonight. They need their depth guys to be able to contribute a little bit more. I think that's huge for Legacy. You can get a guy like Carter Madison putting a puck in the back of the net, maybe a Brody Berger contributing on offense. A Max Rude who's been kind of undercover, really, really effective for this Legacy team. You can get guys like that contributing offensively. That takes a little bit of pressure, off your big line, which is going to get a lot of attention, especially when you got teams maybe trying to match up against you.
So next up for Legacy, they pick up their 13th win on the campaign, and I guess momentarily puts them within a point of Minot United. Again, Minot United's got a game going on right now as we speak, so could be right back into could be put right back. Actually, no, Minot did go final. They defeated Bottineau Rugby tonight 6-2, so we'll stay in that 4-point gap between Minot United, but for this Legacy team right now sitting second. Mandan picks up a win against Hazen tonight, so they're sitting third. Then it's Jamestown and Century. Both of them had the day off. They sit 4th and 5th. And there's your score outlook as well. No update there from the Bismarck-Wilson game, but that one probably has a lot of point ramifications, at least when you look at postseason, with them sitting 6th and 7th respectively. Both trying to stay out of that play-in game. You never want to drop in that play-in game type of situation. You want to make sure you get right in to that field of 8.
Yep, so I think it's obviously Legacy playing well. Minot's always going to be tough. Coach Bennett and Coach Willard are going to have their guys going. They got such a great identity over in that program, and you know that they're going to be dangerous at the end of the year. So I think, a very likely matchup end of the year. You could see Minot and Legacy maybe meet up at a WDA final, but you never know what's going to happen at the WDA tournament. There's always upsets. and weird things that happen. So that's what makes it such a great event.
The next up for Legacy on Friday, they have got Williston at home, and for Dickinson, they end up tagging in with Minot. So again, a tough week for Dickinson. You get number 2 tonight, and you get number 1 inside the West Region on Friday night. We'll have that matchup with Dickinson and Minot for you on Friday night, and we'll have the girls contest against Century coming up right before then at 5 o'clock Mountain. There's all your games coming up this week. Busy day in the books of all the games we got going on today, but more action coming up with some hoops and some wrestling on Thursday, and back to hoops and hockey on Friday night. Well, that's going to do it for our coverage here tonight. Big thanks out to all of our sponsors making this broadcast possible. Big thanks out to our camera operator, John Haugen, producing a great show as always. And Mario, cannot thank you enough for joining me once again here on the broadcast. Much appreciated. It was a fun night here inside the capital city.
Absolutely. Love being part of the hockey out in this part of the state.
And that is going to do it for myself, Brock Widener. Have yourself a great rest of your night. And we'll see you again on Thursday and Friday for more sports action here on the PSP Network.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by